realm. Chapter 19. The Ambush. Aveline stood at the edge of the clearing, the palpable tension thick in the air, as the team prepared for the final phase of their confrontation with the Frost King. The shadows of the trees loomed tall around them, the deepening darkness a stark reminder of the danger that lay ahead. The weight of their past battles lingered in Aveline's mind, fueling her determination. They had fought hard to arrive at this moment, and now the stakes were higher than ever. The village, her family, and her allies depended on them to succeed. "Let's move quickly and quietly," Aveline instructed, her voice steady as she organized her allies into a formation. She could see the resolve in their faces, a mix of excitement and apprehension. But she knew that together they could navigate the uncertainty. As they advanced, Aveline's heart raced. She felt the urgency of their mission resonate within her. They needed to find a way to disrupt the Frost King's control and turn the tide in their favor. The path ahead was cloaked in fog, obscuring their view and making every rustle of leaves echo in her chest. "Stay close," she reminded them, sensing a mix of anxiety and responsibility among her team. Their awareness was heightened, instincts firing as they continued deeper into enemy territory. Just as they reached a bend in the path, a loud crash rang out behind them, signaling an impending ambush. Aveline immediately turned, her senses igniting as panic flickered through the group. "Defensive positions," she commanded, drawing upon her magic as her allies instinctively responded. They formed a protective circle, ready to face whatever threat emerged from the shadows. The tension thickened as figures began to emerge, Frost King minions moving swiftly through the mist, claws glistening in the dim light. Aveline's heart raced at the sight. They were outnumbered, but prepared to stand their ground. "Remember your training. Focus on your roles," Aveline shouted, her voice echoing through the chaos as she summoned flames to light their defenses. The heat surged, casting a warm glow that stood in stark contrast to the cold darkness surrounding them. As the minions charged, Aveline felt the adrenaline surge within her. This was their moment to prove their unity and strength. She directed her magic fiercely, calling out commands that emphasized the urgency of their situation. They were prepared for this confrontation, and Aveline was determined to lead them into battle, ready to confront the Frost King and reclaim their future. The fight was not just for survival, it was for the bonds they had forged, and Aveline would protect those she loved with unwavering resolve. With the Frost King's minions closing in, Aveline felt an adrenaline surge through her as she prepared to execute their plan. She directed her team to hold their ground, ensuring everyone understood their roles in this high-stakes encounter. "Positions!" she commanded, raising her voice to be heard over the rising tension and impending chaos. A sense of urgency ignited the air as they quickly arranged themselves into two defensive lines, their expressions a mix of fear and determination. Rowan stood at her side, ready to unleash his wind magic, while Kale adjusted his ice spells, pockets of frosty energy crackling in his hands. Aveline could see the resolve in their eyes, a shared trust solidifying their unity as they faced the approaching threat together. As the minions advanced, their growls echoed through the forest, chilling Aveline's bones. She let the warmth of her magic envelop her, pushing down the rising tide of fear that threatened to overwhelm her. They had fought hard to reach this moment. She would not falter now. "Rowan, engage on my mark!" Aveline shouted, her heart racing as she summoned flames to life in her palms, ready to ignite the moment they were within range. The minions were closer now, their icy forms a menacing sight against the backdrop of the darkening sky. Aveline felt their eyes lock onto her, fueled by a primal instinct to protect her team. "Now!" she commanded, releasing the fire in a cascade of brilliant energy that blazed into the night. The flames erupted, catching the nearest minion off guard, illuminating the battlefield in a surreal glow. "Kale, now's your chance," she called, feeling the energy of the moment pulse as Kale launched his ice attacks, attempting to freeze the advancing beasts in their tracks. Aveline felt the rhythm of battle shift, a fierce determination building within her. "We can't let them break our formation. Stay strong," she urged, her voice ringing through the fray as her allies fought valiantly at her side. With each attack, the energy among her team blossomed, their unity becoming a potent force against the chaos. Aveline witnessed their growth firsthand, how they had evolved from hesitant allies into a dynamic unit ready to confront their fears. "Regroup!" Aveline shouted as the minions regrouped, realizing the tide was turning for the moment. "We need to refocus our strategy and capitalize on this chaos." The sense of urgency propelled her forward, ready to adapt and evolve their approach. She felt a surge of leadership swell within her. This was their fight, one that they would face together, hand in hand, emboldened by every challenge they had conquered. As the chaos of the battle unfolded, Aveline felt a swift shift in momentum. The Frost King's minions began to close in on their position, their icy forms gleaming menacingly in the flickering light of the fire. The intensity of the moment pressed on her like a tangible weight, but she remained focused, her experience guiding her through the tumult. "Kale, can you hold the left flank?" she shouted, glancing over to see him taking a defensive stance, ice magic swirling at his fingertips. "I'm on it," he replied, determination etched on his face as he prepared to launch an icy rampart to protect the vulnerable mages at the back. Nearby, Rowan wove through the fray, casting gusts of wind to destabilize the advancing minions. Aveline could see the camaraderie between her allies. They were acting together, united against the common threat. "Keep applying pressure," Aveline directed, feeling an exhilaration surge within her as the momentum swung. "We'll make them think twice about attacking." But just as the tide began to turn, Aveline spotted a larger minion moving forward, its sight fixed on her. Panic pulsed in her chest as she instinctively prepared to conjure a wall of fire. "Rowan, focus on the right," she commanded, her voice firm, forcing back the anxiety. "Kale, freeze that minion before it can reach us." With quick reflexes, the team responded to her orders. Aveline sent a burst of flames toward the larger minion, but it barreled through, brushing aside the flames with a chilling roar. Kale's ice spell struck hard against another minion, freezing it momentarily in place. Yet the larger creature continued its relentless approach. Aveline adjusted her stance, realizing they had to shift their strategy rapidly. "We need to back up and regroup. Create a defensive line," she shouted, determination shaping her every word. As the mages maneuvered into position, Aveline felt her leadership instinct sharpen. Her ability to respond to the chaos was crucial in unifying their efforts. "We will not falter. Trust in each other," she reminded them, her voice resonating with authority. With their trust revitalized, Aveline felt the tide shifting back in their favor. Each spell cast reflected the maturity of her leadership, harnessing the strength of her allies as they stood firm. "Let's show them what we're made of," Aveline commanded, igniting the fires of determination in the eyes of her teammates as they settled into their renewed formation, prepared to face the Frost King's forces head-on. Aveline felt the intensity of the battle shift as the Frost King's forces pressed in around them. Her heart raced, adrenaline fueling her resolve as she assessed the chaos unfolding on the battlefield. The sight of her allies fighting valiantly ignited a fierce determination within her. "Rally to me," Aveline commanded, her voice cutting through the noise. She locked eyes with Kale and Rowan, who were already by her side, ready to execute their roles with unwavering support. As they regrouped, the flickering flames of Aveline's magic illuminated their faces. reflecting the fierce unity they had forged through trials. The energy around them surged, an electric current of determination lighting the way forward. "Let's focus on creating a defensive perimeter," she shouted, channeling her inner strength. "Rowan, direct the wind blows toward the backlines, and Kale, reinforce our front with ice barriers." With practiced precision, her allies sprang into action. Rowan using his wind magic to create gusts that momentarily distracted the advancing minions, while Kale forged a strong ice barrier that held steady against their aggression. Supported by their teamwork, Aveline felt invigorated, her earlier doubts dissipating into a resolute focus. This was their moment. They had prepared for it, and adjusting their tactics on the fly only solidified her role as a leader. They executed their plan with a seamless rhythm, Aveline shouting commands that were met with immediate responses. Watching her team adapt and respond to her leadership filled her with pride. Each spell unleashed was a testament to their growth as a cohesive unit. Just as the tide began to turn in their favor, a thunderous roar erupted, drawing Aveline's gaze toward the battlefield's edge. The Frost King himself had arrived, his icy aura chilling the air as he surveyed his minions skirmish. Panic surged through her allies, but Aveline pushed down her own fears, focusing on the task at hand. "This is it! We stand together! We're ready for this!" she reminded her comrades, her voice a beacon of strength. Aveline felt the energy shift once more. Renewed determination pulsed through the group, and they prepared to face their most formidable foe yet. She could sense the bonds of trust solidifying their collective resolve, a powerful force ready to confront the darkness of the Frost King. With the battle raging around them and the final showdown approaching, Aveline was prepared. Her journey had transformed her into a leader who could navigate the chaos. This time, she would not stand alone. She had her allies ready to fight beside her. With the Frost King's presence looming ominously over the battlefield, Aveline felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on her. The atmosphere crackled with tension, and she instinctively took a step forward, her resolve ignited by the sights around her. "Stick to the plan!" Aveline shouted, her voice rising above the chaotic sounds of magic clashing and allies calling out to one another. She quickly glanced at Kale and Rowan, who were preparing to execute their parts of the strategy. Kale was at the front line, ice magic swirling around him as he reinforced their defenses. "Are we ready for this?" he asked, determination mingling with apprehension in his eyes. "We will be," Aveline replied, confidence settling into her voice. "Today we prove that we can turn the tide, trust in each other and our training." As the Frost King's minions advanced, Aveline channeled her energy, flames flickering to life in her hands. She felt the rush of empowerment surge within her. This was not merely about combat, it was about showing everyone their potential for strength and unity. Rowan released a gust of wind, redirecting it toward the oncoming minions, creating confusion within their ranks. Aveline seized the opportunity, launching her fire magic to engulf a cluster of minions, pushing them back and capitalizing on the chaos. The battle unfolded with a ferocity that demanded their focus. Aveline managed their movements with precision, calling out orders that inspired her allies to adapt quickly. "Kale, focus on the right flank," she urged, watching as he directed a freezing blast that incapacitated several minions. Suddenly, the ground shook beneath them, and in that moment of vulnerability, Aveline felt a flash of doubt. Would they be able to maintain their momentum as the Frost King's forces swarmed around them? "Don't lose heart," Aveline shouted, her voice steadying her allies. "We've faced this before. Together, we're unstoppable." As they pressed forward, the energy among the team transformed, trust blossoming in the heat of battle. Aveline felt her earlier fears giving way to the understanding that they had equipped themselves for this fight. They fought with a fervor that reflected not only their skills, but the bonds they had forged. With every commanding shout and spell cast, Aveline embraced her growth, realizing that she was leading a united front, an embodiment of strength against the darkness. As the confrontation with the Frost King became imminent, Aveline recognized the clarity that had emerged from her journey. She was not the same girl who had set out to master her magic. She was a leader. The battle unfolded with a ferocity that demanded their focus. Aveline meant freedom, embracing the magical battle of friendship, igniting the grace and strength of ready to confront the challenges ahead, guided by the resilience and trust of her allies. Together, they would face whatever the Frost King hurled at them, determined to pave the way for a brighter future. As the fierce battle unfolded, Aveline felt the energy shift around her. The Frost King's minions were beginning to falter beneath the onslaught of coordinated magic, but their numbers still surged with relentless intensity. "Don't let up!" Aveline shouted, her voice laced with urgency as she pushed forward. The heat of her fire magic surged around her, illuminating the chaos and driving her allies onward. The adrenaline of the fight pulsed through her, igniting every ounce of determination within. Kale stayed close, weaving his ice spells to create barriers against the attacking minions. "We can't let them regroup," he cried, his voice resolute as he directed his icy winds toward the enemy's advancing ranks. Rowan joined in, casting gusts of wind that propelled the flames from Aveline's spells, channeling their magic into a single, cohesive attack. Together, they formed a well-oiled machine, each member playing a pivotal role in the fight. Aveline felt a swell of pride as she witnessed how far they had come. They were no longer just a group of individuals. They had evolved into a cohesive unit, trusting one another to handle their responsibilities in the midst of chaos. But just when Aveline thought they had gained the upper hand, a deep roar resonated from beyond the fray, commanding their attention. The Frost King emerged, a dark, icy figure towering above the battlefield, his presence sending a shiver of fear through the ranks of both friends and foes. "Prepare yourselves!" Aveline shouted, instinctively rallying her comrades as she conjured a torrent of flames, directing them toward the Frost King with a fierce determination. "We stand together!" As they faced their most formidable adversary, Aveline felt the adrenaline and responsibility flooding through her. This was not just a fight for survival, it was a culmination of all they had prepared for. Every lesson and every bond forged, now coalescing into this pivotal moment. With her heart pounding and magic at the ready, Aveline led her team into battle against the Frost King, fueled by her growth and the realization that this confrontation was more than just a clash of power. It was a testament to their unity and their shared resolve to protect everything they held dear. As they surged forward, Aveline steeled herself, ready to embrace whatever challenges awaited them. Together, they would confront the darkness that threatened to envelop their world, and she was resolute in her commitment to see them through to victory. Chapter 20. Assessing the Journey. Aveline stood atop a ridge overlooking the remnants of the Frost King's stronghold, the weight of the battle still pressing heavily upon her. The forest around her was eerily quiet now, a stark contrast to the chaos that had erupted just hours before. As she surveyed the scene, she could see the aftermath of their confrontation: scattered debris, the lingering scent of magic, and the familiar faces of her allies who had fought valiantly alongside her. Exhaustion etched deep lines on their faces, but there was also a glimmer of relief that spoke of their hard-won victory. Taking a deep breath, Aveline allowed herself a moment to reflect on their journey. They had faced insurmountable odds, and yet they had emerged together, stronger for it. But even amidst the victory, Aveline knew that the fight was far from over. "Let's take stock of what we have left," she called out, her voice steady as she turned to her team. "We need to assess our resources and figure out what comes next." With that, the group began to gather, the energy in the air shifting from the adrenaline of battle to the practicality of post-conflict assessment. Aveline felt a renewed sense of purpose wash over her as they each shared updates on their supplies, injuries, and the remaining threats in the area. "We fought hard, and I want to ensure we're ready for whatever follows this," Aveline continued, her leadership emerging clearly as she organized their tasks. "Rowan, check on the remaining potions. Kale, survey the perimeter and ensure there aren't any lingering dangers." The team nodded, moving with a newfound focus as they began to follow her commands. Aveline felt invigorated by their response. They trusted her to lead them in this crucial phase. As they worked, she noticed how the atmosphere had transformed since their earlier hesitations. Doubts that had lingered were giving way to a clarity born of experience, and Aveline could see that her willingness to lead had shifted the dynamics among them. Finishing her assessment, Aveline took a moment to give everyone a reassuring smile. "We've come so far together. Let's continue this momentum and prepare ourselves for the challenges ahead. We owe it to those we fought for." With her words echoing in the air, Aveline felt a sense of pride swell within her. The journey ahead was still fraught with uncertainty, but she was ready to face it with her allies by her side, knowing that their bond had grown stronger through every battle they had faced together. As Aveline maneuvered through the remnants of the battlefield, her mind raced with thoughts of their next steps. The adrenaline of the fight had subsided, but the reality of their mission still loomed large. She gathered her team once more, the adrenaline of victory quietly fading into the background as they prepared to take stock of their resources. Aveline laid out their supplies, her eyes scanning over the potions and enchanted items, assessing what could be salvaged from the chaos. "Let's take inventory," she said, her voice resonating with authority. "We need to know what we're working with before we plan our next move. Rowan, how many healing potions do we have left?" Rowan crouched beside the table, counting the remaining vials. "We've got 3 left, but we need to replenish them before we head back into battle. The last ones were used up pretty quickly," he reported, his brow creased with concern. Aveline nodded, grateful for his diligence. "We'll need to gather more resources from the village and the surrounding areas as well. If we want to stand against the Frost King again, we can't run out of magic." Kale, leaning against a nearby post, spoke up. "While we gather supplies, we should also consider scouting the Frost King's territory again. We need to understand their movements, especially with what just happened." Aveline felt a weight settle in her stomach. She knew Kale was right. Gathering intelligence was essential for their survival, but the thought of facing the Frost King's forces again filled her with dread. "You're right," she admitted, her resolve hardening. "Rowan, you and Kale can check the perimeter and gather what information you can. I'll speak with the villagers and see what resources they might need to fortify their defenses. We're in this together." As they began to divide their responsibilities, Aveline felt a sense of unity blossoming among them. They were operating not just as individuals, but as a cohesive unit, each member stepping up and taking actions toward the common goal. "Remember, we can adapt as circumstances change," Aveline reminded them, feeling the spirit of collaboration weave through their conversations. With the plan set in motion and responsibilities assigned, Aveline felt a surge of confidence flooding through her. This moment of coordination was a testament to how far they had come. She was no longer alone in her quest. She had allies who believed in her, ready to take on whatever challenges lay ahead. As her team moved into action, Aveline sensed the spark of a larger mission unfolding, one that would determine not only their survival, but also the fate of their community. Steeling herself, she prepared to lead them into the unknown. The earlier doubts fading as her focus sharpened on the path they would forge together. As Aveline continued to assess their supplies, she noticed the growing chatter among the villagers in the square. The urgency of the situation had sparked a flurry of activity as families gathered in groups, discussing their strategies for facing the impending Frost King threat. Jorin, a fellow mage, approached her, his expression a mixture of admiration and concern. "Aveline, I've been talking with the villagers. They're eager to help, but many are worried about the risks involved," he said, the weight of his words clear. Aveline felt a pang of empathy. "Their fears are valid," she replied, looking around at the worried faces weaving through the crowd. "But we cannot allow fear to take root in our hearts. We must empower them and show that unity makes us all stronger." She noticed Rowan speaking animatedly to a group of young mages about the defensive barriers they could reinforce. The enthusiasm in his voice ignited a fire within her, and Aveline felt her spirits lift at the sight. "Let's organize a town meeting," she suggested to Jorin. "We can outline our plans and let the community know exactly how they can support us. Let them share their insights and actions too. Everyone has something valuable they can contribute." Jorin nodded, his face brightening. "That's a great idea! It could help ease their worries and encourage participation." The villagers began to gather, drawn by Aveline's presence and the shared determination of the community. She felt the familiar warmth of unity wash over her as she prepared to address them. As they assembled in the square, Aveline took a deep breath, her heart racing with purpose. She noticed the way the villagers leaned in, seeking connection and guidance from her and their allies. "Thank you all for coming," she began, her voice ringing with conviction. "We are facing a great challenge, but together we have the strength to protect our home." The crowd murmured in agreement, their apprehension starting to melt away under the weight of Aveline's words. "We have prepared a plan, but I want to hear your ideas too. You all know your strengths and crafts. We can leverage those to our advantage." Kale stepped forward, the earlier skepticism in his demeanor replaced by commitment. "Together, we can strengthen our defenses." Together, we can strengthen our defenses. I am dedicated to protecting our home. Once Aveline had a moment to gather her thoughts, a renewed sense of clarity washed over her. The villagers around her began to discuss tactical strategies, their voices weaving a tapestry of shared fear and hope. Aveline could see the excitement growing. Energy buzzed in the air as ideas were offered and accepted, a blend of wisdom and experience manifesting into a unified plan. She felt a swell of pride as she watched her community coming together. illuminated by the intentions of safeguarding their home. "Let's ensure we focus on everyone's skills," Aveline called, her voice steady and commanding as she moved through the crowd. "Carpentry, magic, healing, every talent can strengthen our defenses." Mira, one of the young mages who had trained with her, piped up. "I can help set up protective wards around key areas. I've been practicing." "Perfect," Aveline said, a smile breaking across her face, her faith in the youth invigorating her. "Let's position those wards around the entrances and vulnerable spots." As the villagers engaged more openly, Aveline noticed Kale speaking with a small group, discussing how to fortify barriers while channeling their magic. They listened intently to him, seeking guidance and ideas on how to reinforce their defenses. "I can create illusions to mislead enemies," Kale suggested, showcasing his developing confidence. Aveline felt a rush of admiration for how far he had come, his earlier doubts now replaced by a growing sense of leadership. "Let's integrate that into our plans," Aveline replied, encouraging the conversation to flow freely among them. "We need every trick we can muster against the Frost King's forces." Seeing the villagers working with excitement filled Aveline with warmth. They were no longer just individuals worried about their safety. They were part of a whole, united by a shared goal. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting warm hues across the village, Aveline felt determination rise within her. This was about more than just battling the Frost King. It was about the strength of their community, their shared struggles, and the bonds they had forged through adversity. "We are stronger when we stand together," Aveline declared, feeling the energy shift among them. "Every effort counts, and every one of you plays a vital role in our success." The villagers cheered, their voices blending into a chorus that echoed through the square, reinforcing Aveline's conviction. She was ready to embrace the responsibility of leadership, and together with her allies, they would face whatever came next with unwavering courage. As the preparations continued, Aveline felt a surge of energy flowing through the village square. The buzz of activity was infectious, each villager working diligently to fortify the defenses they had discussed. Aveline moved among them, providing direction while also listening and gathering insights from her allies. "How's the barrier coming along?" she asked, approaching a group of mages busy weaving protective magic into the fencing. "It's almost finished," one of them replied, sweat glistening on their forehead. "We're just finalizing the enchantments to enhance it against ice magic." "Excellent work," Aveline encouraged, feeling a swell of pride. Their skills were coming together beautifully, a reflection of the trust and collaboration they had built through training and shared experiences. A loud crash suddenly echoed from the edge of the village, causing a hush to fall over the excited chatter. Aveline felt her heart skip a beat. This was her worst fear materializing. "Remain alert!" she shouted, instinctively moving closer to where the sound had come from. Rowan stepped up beside her, concern etched on his face. "I'll go check it out," he suggested, determination firm in his voice. "No, Rowan, we need to stay together. It could be a ploy," Aveline cautioned, feeling the weight of possibility bearing down on her. Kale joined them, a flicker of anxiety flashing in his eyes. "What if it's already the Frost King's forces? We need to respond now!" Aveline took a breath, grounding herself in the moment. She had learned to navigate tensions and address concerns openly. "Let's focus on securing our defenses and gathering information first," she proposed, hoping to quell the rising panic. As tension simmered, Aveline reminded herself of their shared strengths. "We're prepared for this. If there is a real threat, we will confront it together." They organized quickly, taking their positions, Aveline sensing the team rallying around her, despite the uncertainty still lingering in the air. The fear that threatened to pull them apart was met with a strong current of resilience. "Ready yourselves! We'll reinforce our position and be prepared for anything," Aveline urged, her voice ringing clear as they tightened their defenses. With the group moving in swift coordination, Aveline felt the electric pulse of determination among them. They had come together in trust and commitment, ready to face whatever shadows loomed on the horizon. A wave of pride surged within her as she led them forward, confident that they could overcome any challenges ahead. The path to victory would not be easy, but together they were prepared to fight for their future. As the preparations reached their peak, Aveline felt a mix of anxiety and resolve swirling within her. The villagers were now bustling with a shared sense of purpose, the earlier doubts fading as they focused on fortifying their defenses against the Frost King. "Everyone stay alert!" Aveline called out, transitioning back into her leadership role. "We need to finalize our barriers and ensure everyone understands their tasks." She moved among the gathered mages, checking on their progress and offering words of encouragement. "Rowan, how is the potion stock?" she asked, her eyes finding him at a table where vials were being organized. "We're almost there," he replied, glancing up with a determined expression. "Just need to add some extra healing herbs." Aveline nodded, feeling the flicker of hope within her. "Make sure you're ready for when we need them," she said. Their importance cannot be understated. Nearby, Kale engaged with a group of villagers who were working to reinforce the magical barriers with additional elements. His earlier concerns seemed to have shifted into motivation, his hands deftly weaving ice to strengthen their defenses. "Let's ensure we're set for any outcome," he suggested, demonstrating his growing confidence. Aveline felt a rush of pride at witnessing his development. A man poured on from the Bankhand Inn, and Aveline voiced in her bearing hand. She leaned back against the pillars in her soft grip on hers. With a tone of restful effort and power and reverence, Aveline felt a rush of pride at witnessing his development. As Rowan's earlier concern, recognizing that their training had shaped not only their skills, but also their mindset. Still, as she observed the team working together, Aveline felt the weight of her responsibilities pressing down on her. The community had come together, but she understood the stakes. They were preparing for a potentially devastating confrontation. "Let's hold a quick team meeting before the battle," she proposed, gathering her allies around her. "I want to ensure we're all on the same page and ready to adapt as necessary." As the team settled, Aveline could see the spark of determination in their eyes, renewed by her confidence in them. "We have a strong plan, but we need to remain flexible. If something doesn't go according to plan, we'll pivot and use our experiences to guide us," she emphasized. The group nodded in agreement, and Aveline felt the energy shift from uncertainty to collective resolve. They were no longer just individuals. They were a united front, ready to face the Frost King head-on. With each passing moment, Aveline felt the empowerment wrap around them, igniting the fire of their shared commitment. They would face whatever darkness awaited, fortified by trust, camaraderie, and the lessons learned along their journey. The atmosphere crackled with potential, and Aveline was ready to lead them into the battle, determined to protect everything they held dear. determined to protect everything they held dear. The group nodded in agreement, and Aveline felt the weight of her responsibilities. They were protecting everything they held dear, fortified by trust, camaraderie, and the lessons learned along their journey. The atmosphere crackled with potential, and Aveline was ready to lead them into the battle. Rowan felt a rush of pride at witnessing his development. Chapter 21. Temptations of Retreat. Aveline stood at the outskirts of the village, the events of the last few days swirling in her mind. The air felt charged with tension, and the sounds of everyday life that once soothed her now felt stifled under the weight of pending danger. As she surveyed the scene, the villagers bustled about with a mix of determination and anxiety. The preparation for the Frost King's army loomed over them like a dark cloud, and Aveline felt a heavy knot settle in her stomach. She could sense that the mission was weighing not only on her mind, but also on the hearts of those she had pledged to protect. Within her, the fear of failure surfaced. Would they be able to withstand the coming storm? Resolutely shaking off her doubts, Aveline surveyed the supplies being gathered and organized. "We cannot afford to let fear take hold," she called out, her voice rising above the murmurs of concern. "We're stronger together, and every one of you plays a vital role in this." Around her, villagers paused, absorbing her words. A few nodded, a flicker of determination igniting in their expressions. "Today, we will dig deep and show the Frost King that we will stand united," Aveline continued, feeling the energy shift in the air as she stepped forward. "I need each of you focused on your tasks, ready to defend our home." As she moved through the gathering crowd, Aveline's heart swelled with pride. She approached individuals she knew, including young mages and seasoned warriors, offering encouragement. "Your strength is what will protect this village. Let's showcase that unity." The atmosphere crackled with renewed purpose as they returned to their preparations, a sense of urgency growing amongst them. Aveline felt the bonds of community strengthen, and her determination grew as she witnessed the villagers' willingness to fight together. But even amidst this growing sense of solidarity, Aveline's thoughts flickered back to the earlier moments of doubt and uncertainty. She had learned that leadership required not just strength, but compassion, and she would rely on it to navigate the challenges ahead. "Let's regroup and finalize our defenses," she instructed, rallying everyone once more. "We need to be ready for whatever may come." As her team surged into action, Aveline felt empowered by the energy of her allies. Each task completed was a testament to their commitment, a promise to their community that they would not let fear dictate their fate. She looked around at the faces of her supporters, knowing they were fighting not just for themselves, but for each other, their unity a powerful shield against the darkness. She was ready to lead them into whatever challenges awaited. As Aveline moved through the bustling square, the sense of urgency pulsing in the air was undeniable. The villagers were stirring, their spirits rising as they prepared for the battle ahead. Yet Aveline could sense the underlying hesitation still lingering within some. "Gather your resources and check your defenses," Aveline called, her voice ringing clear. She could see the determined resolve in many faces, yet a few villagers still hesitated, exchanging worried glances. She approached a cluster of young mages who were busy sorting through their supplies. "Are you all set?" she asked, ensuring they felt prepared for the upcoming confrontation. "We're not sure if we have enough potions," one of them admitted, worry creasing their brow. "What if we run out during the fight?" Aveline placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, grounding herself as she sought to inspire confidence. "We have trained for this moment. We'll work together to make sure everyone is supported. Your strength will be crucial in battle," she reassured her, hoping to instill faith in their collective efforts. Nearby, Kale joined the conversation, nodding in agreement. "We'll keep an eye on supplies during the fight. If we work together, we can ensure everyone stays safe," he added, his tone bolstered by Aveline's reassurance. As the preparations unfolded, Aveline took a step back to assess the growing energy of the village. She moved through the square, witnessing families uniting, allies discussing strategies, and a sense of community forming that filled her with hope. But just as the atmosphere shifted, a low growl echoed from the tree line, causing a ripple of unease to wash over the villagers. Aveline's heart raced, her instincts urging her to remain focused. "Stay calm, everyone," she called out, raising her hand to signal for silence. "We've prepared for this. If there's a threat, we will face it together." With her words, the villagers began to settle down, a collective breath of hope replacing their anxiety. A tension hung in the air, but Aveline felt the bonds of trust begin to hold strong. "Let's ensure everyone knows their roles before we face the Frost King," she instructed, as the earlier worries transformed into visible commitment. The sense of uncertainty that hung over the group was slowly replaced by a budding determination. As the villagers fortified their defenses and discussed their strategies, Aveline felt the growth within her. This was more than just preparation for a battle. It was a reaffirmation of their community's strength and resilience, a testament to everything they had worked for. Aveline knew they could rise above the challenges that lay ahead, and with conviction in her heart, she prepared to guide them through whatever awaited. They were ready to stand together against the darkness, and she was determined to lead them to victory. With the villagers actively preparing for the imminent battle, Aveline felt the atmosphere shift around her. Each face was etched with resolve as they gathered supplies and fortified their defenses, the earlier hesitations slowly giving way to a sense of determination. "Let's keep our communication lines open," Aveline instructed, moving through the crowd with authority. "Everyone needs to know their role. If anyone sees movement or a sign of danger, report it immediately." The villagers nodded, some stepping forward to volunteer for scouting duties, while others focused on reinforcing the barriers that surrounded their home. Aveline felt a swell of pride witnessing their commitment. They were becoming a cohesive unit, ready to confront the threat together. However, her heart sank when she spotted a familiar face at the edge of the group. Jorin, a mage who had been dubious about their plans. Aveline could see the uncertainty in his stance as he hesitated, arms crossed tightly over his chest. "Are we really equipped to handle this?" Jorin questioned, skepticism shading his words. "We've lost allies before. What makes this attempt different?" Aveline could feel the tension rise among her team, her heart thumping in rhythm with the doubt lingering in the air. She approached him calmly, wanting to re-establish the trust they had built. "Jorin, I understand your concerns, but we have trained hard for this." "And trained alone," he replied, his frustration spilling forth. "You think just because we've built up defenses that we can stand against the Frost King?" "We won't just defend, we'll strike back," Aveline countered, her determination igniting. "I believe in us. Together we have the power to challenge any threat. We are not alone." The sincerity in her voice caught the attention of nearby villagers, who began to listen intently. Aveline felt a flicker of hope as she saw the spark of understanding in their eyes. "Every mage here has skills that can contribute," she continued, feeling the urgency of her mission. Let's leverage our strengths and adapt as necessary. We're all in this together. As the discussions resumed, Aveline felt the lingering doubts start to dissipate, replaced by clarity and purpose. They began to prepare actively, reinforcing their defenses and drawing on each other's skills. "Prepare for whatever the Frost King may send our way," Aveline said, solidifying their commitment. "Today we will show him the strength of our unity." With the resolve revitalized, Aveline sensed a powerful current of determination and trust flowing through the group. They were ready to face the Frost King together, emboldened by the challenges they had overcome and the alliances they had forged, knowing they could adapt to meet any uncertainties awaiting them. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the square, a sense of urgency filled the air. Aveline felt a surge of determination as her team finalized their preparations. They gathered their supplies, stringing together a network of defenses, their focus laser-sharp. "Everyone, check your positions," Aveline commanded, moving swiftly through the throng of activity. "We don't have much time before the Frost King's forces arrive." Villagers hurried to comply. The intensity of the moment propelling them into action. Aveline caught sight of Kale alongside a group of local fighters, reinforcing barriers made of ice. "Kale, ensure those barriers are well placed to slow down any attacks," she instructed, impressed by how confidently he directed others. "Right," he replied, his brow knitted in concentration as he adjusted the formation. Rowan stood nearby, coordinating the gathering of potions and resources, his expression determined. "Aveline, we have enough healing potions, but I think we should prepare some last-minute wards," he suggested, scanning their supplies. "Good call," Aveline responded, recognizing the importance of preparation. "Let's ensure we're fully equipped to handle whatever comes our way." The energy among her allies began to shift, confidence growing in each exchange. A powerful sense of unity emerged. As all hands worked to secure the village against the looming threat of the Frost King's minions, but as the villagers began to settle into their roles, Aveline noticed a man standing back, arms crossed tightly. It was Thom, a local farmer, and his resistance was palpable. "What if we're laying a trap for ourselves? We're not warriors," he said, a mix of fear and anger in his voice. Aveline felt the tension rise as she faced Thom. "I understand the fear of facing such a powerful enemy," she said, her tone calm but resolute. "But we have trained and we have the will to fight for what matters. We can't lose hope now." Thom hesitated, the uncertainty dancing in his eyes. As murmurs rippled through the gathered villagers, Aveline could see others nodding in agreement, her words striking a chord. "We must protect our home and each other," she continued, a fierce determination igniting within her. "If we retreat, we give the Frost King power over us. Together, we're stronger than we've ever been," Rowan chimed in, echoing her sentiments. We fight not just for ourselves, but for our families, for our community. A moment of silence passed. Aveline sensed the shift in the air as Thom contemplated her words. "Fine," he said finally, tension easing in his posture. "Let's do this then." Aveline felt the rush of relief and gratitude wash over her. This moment. This willingness to bridge the gap of doubt reinforced the bonds among them. "Together, we are a force," Aveline declared, reigniting the energy of the gathering. "Let's prepare to face the Frost King with everything we have. We'll stand united, and we will not back down." With hearts fueled by shared determination, the villagers returned to their tasks, bolstered by Aveline's leadership. She knew that every effort made today would prepare them for the darkness ahead, solidifying their collective strength as they faced the Frost King together. As the final preparations unfolded, Aveline felt the excitement mingling with anxiety among the villagers. Her heart raced as she moved through the bustling square, ensuring that everyone was engaged in their roles. "Rowan, how are the defences holding up?" she asked, catching him directing a group of young mages who were reinforcing magical barriers around the village. "They're coming together nicely, but we should double-check the placements," he replied. Determination shining in his eyes, Aveline nodded, feeling a sense of pride at their efforts. "Let's make sure everyone is aware of their positions. Communication is vital." Meanwhile, she caught sight of Kale working with the local fighters, their focus intense as they practiced their defensive formations. The earlier doubts he had harbored were replaced with a confidence that impressed her. "Kale, how's the training going?" she called out. "Great. They're picking up the stances quickly," he responded, a grin spreading across his face. "I think we're finally ready to face this threat." Aveline felt a rush of pride at how far he had come as a leader. The transformation in their dynamic filled her with hope. But as they prepared, she noticed a few villagers lingering at the edges, sharing worried glances. "Let's take a moment to reassure everyone," Aveline suggested, seeing Kale nod in agreement. "We need to remind them of our progress and strength." She stepped forward, raising her voice to draw attention. "I want to thank each and every one of you for your dedication and hard work. Today, we fight not just for ourselves, but for our families and our home." Whispers of encouragement began to ripple through the crowd, the atmosphere shifting as Aveline's words sank in. "We've trained together, faced challenges, and grown stronger. If we stay united, there is nothing we cannot overcome," she continued, feeling the energy of the crowd surge around her. The villagers exchanged glances of determination, and Aveline could see the flicker of hope igniting in their spirits. She knew this was a turning point. The fear that had once threatened to hold them back was now transformed into resolve. With a final nod, Aveline solidified her stance. "Let's prepare for battle. Together, we will show the Frost King our strength. We will not let fear dictate our actions." As they returned to their tasks, Aveline felt invigorated. This was their moment to embrace who they had become, bound together by trust and purpose. She was ready to lead them into the fight, confident that their shared journey had led them to this pivotal moment. As the final moments of preparation unfolded, Aveline stood with her team near the village edge, a palpable sense of urgency lingering in the air. The sun hung low, casting long shadows and painting the sky in hues of orange and crimson, a reminder of the impending confrontation with the Frost King. "Our time is almost here," Aveline said, her voice steady as she surveyed her allies, now fully engaged and ready to stand united against the encroaching threat. The villagers moved with purpose, finalizing the barriers they had set up while packing provisions for the fight ahead. A feeling of strength resonated among them. They had worked tirelessly, and the determination in their eyes reflected their shared resolve. "Stay close, and let's stick to our plan," Aveline instructed, her heart racing with both apprehension and excitement. "If anything changes, we adapt and communicate. We will fight as one." Rowan prepared his wind spells. Ensuring the gusts would help propel their defenses against the Frost King's forces. "I'm ready whenever you are," he assured her, the confidence in his voice bolstering her spirits further. As they reviewed the specifics of their strategy, Aveline took a moment to look at each member, feeling the bonds of trust solidified in their relationships. The camaraderie that had flourished through earlier battles now felt like an unbreakable chain of support, one that would guide them through the challenges that lay ahead. But a sudden chill whipped through the air, a sharp reminder of the icy grip that the Frost King held over their world. Aveline felt her heart quicken. Today was critical, and the uncertainty loomed at the edges of her mind. "Remember what we're fighting for," she urged, forcing herself to stay grounded. "We protect our families, our homes. Fear will not dictate our actions." Someone from the back spoke up, a young but determined mage named Mira. "What if they overwhelm us? What if we can't hold the defenses?" Her voice trembled slightly, but Aveline could tell she was seeking reassurance. Aveline stepped forward, meeting Mira's anxious gaze. "We will not let that happen," she replied firmly. "We've faced battles that tested us, and each time we emerged stronger. Trust our training and each other." As the villagers rallied around her words, Aveline felt her growing confidence ignite a flame of hope within the group. She realized that every challenge had prepared her to lead, to inspire, and to protect. "Let's get into position," Aveline called, her determination echoing through the gathering as they moved into their assigned roles. As the villagers rallied around her words, Aveline felt her growing confidence ignite a flame of hope within the group. Each person understood the significance of the moment ahead. They were ready to face the Frost King together. Steeling herself, Aveline took a deep breath, aware that their journey was far from over. But with her allies gathered around her, she felt the strength of their unity. They would rise to meet the challenge head-on, and she was fully prepared to guide them into the fray, determined to secure their future against the shadows threatening to engulf them. Thank you. Trust our training. Each other. Aveline called, her voice steady, as a reminder of their unity. Chapter 22. The Setback. Aveline stood at the edge of the village, her heart heavy as she surveyed the aftermath of the battle. The once vibrant square was now marked by chaos, the remnants of their confrontation with the Frost King littering the ground. Smoke rose in thin tendrils, and the chilling silence that followed felt oppressive. Wounded allies were being tended to, while others mourned losses that weighed heavily in the air. Aveline felt the ache of grief settle in her chest. They had fought so hard, and yet there was a cost to victory. As she moved through the village, she heard hushed voices discussing the events, skepticism mixed with disbelief. Aveline paused, absorbing their words and feeling the doubts begin to creep into her thoughts. Had they truly accomplished what they had set out to do? "Gather everyone," Aveline called out, her voice ringing with urgency as she sought to rally her allies in light of the heartache. "We need to assess what's left and make sure we support those who are injured." The villagers responded slowly, fatigue evident on their faces. Aveline could sense their uncertainty. They were all still reeling from the chaos of battle. Rowan approached her, his expression solemn as he offered a nod of understanding. "We need to stabilize the injured and fortify our defenses. We can't let our guard down now," he advised, his tone indicating just how serious the stakes remained. Aveline felt the weight of responsibility settle deeper within her. "Right. Let's see what we can do for those who need help. We owe it to everyone to ensure they're safe and supported." As villagers began to gather, Aveline moved to where the wounded were being treated, adrenaline from battle giving way to sorrow as she observed those who had fallen. Her heart ached at the sight of her friends and allies struggling with injuries and loss. Aveline, one of the injured, called weakly, eyes filled with pain and gratitude. "You stood against the Frost King. Thank you for fighting for us." Aveline knelt beside him, feeling tears pricking at the corners of her eyes. "I am here for you, and we will recover together. You are not alone." This moment of connection reminded her of the importance of their bonds. Each life mattered, and Aveline understood that they now existed as a community bound together by the trials they had faced, integrated by trust and respect. While tending to the wounded, Aveline felt the gravity of their loss intertwining with hope. Motivated by the promise of unity and a shared future, she resolved to guide them through this difficult time, confident in her ability to lead them forward. The challenges ahead would require strength. Aveline reminded herself that they would not be defined by their scars, but by the resilience they would build together. Together, they would face any darkness lurking on the horizon, ready to emerge stronger from every hardship encountered. As the village began to regroup, Aveline felt the atmosphere shift, uncertainty swirling amid the recent losses. The villagers were scattered throughout the square, tending to the wounded and sharing whispered conversations about what had just transpired. She watched as some of her fellow mages helped the injured, their faces drawn and weary, but determination still flickered within their eyes. Aveline knew they needed to stabilize their community before moving forward, and she felt a surge of responsibility to guide them through the aftermath. "Gather the village for a meeting," she called out, her voice filled with urgency. "We need to discuss what comes next and how we're going to move forward as a united front." The villagers responded slowly at first, still processing the emotional weight of their recent experiences, but the bond among them began to rekindle as they heard her call. Aveline could see the hesitance turn into resolve. They knew that together they could begin to heal, As they assembled near the central fountain, Aveline noticed familiar faces in the crowd. Her friends and allies, each one empowered by the knowledge that they had fought side by side. It bolstered her confidence, but she still felt the shadows of doubt lingering in the hearts of her comrades. "Thank you all for coming," Aveline started, her heart steadying as she addressed them. "We've faced a tremendous challenge, and while we've experienced loss, we also have a chance to rebuild. Together, we can protect our home and ensure this never happens again." The collective murmurs from the villagers began to swell, some nodding in agreement, while others exchanged worried looks. Aveline recognized the unease in their eyes, reminded of the fear that had struck many hearts. "We have immense strength in our unity," she continued, her conviction rising as she made eye contact with several villagers. "But strength isn't just about magic. It's about trust, collaboration, and understanding." Someone from the back of the crowd, a villager named Merrick, raised his voice. "How do we trust again? We just faced a threat that almost took everything from us." "I understand your concern," Aveline replied, her voice filled with empathy. "Trust takes time, but it's forged in shared experiences. We have to show each other that we can stand strong against the darkness." The crowd fell silent, contemplating her words, and Aveline felt a flicker of hope igniting in the air. She moved closer, aiming to dispel their fears. "Let's start by working together to fortify our defenses. Everyone has something to offer, and we'll face whatever happens next as a community." Rowan stepped forward, supporting Aveline's call. "We'll draw on each other's strengths. Let's integrate our skills and prepare for whatever the Frost King has planned. We'll make sure he knows he can't take our home." With that, the villagers began to respond with renewed energy. The conversations ignited, and plans to reinforce their security and deepen their alliances emerged. Aveline could feel the atmosphere shifting, the momentum carrying them toward a stronger course of action ahead. This was about more than just defense. This was about healing and reclaiming their sense of hope. Aveline realized her journey had transformed her into a leader who could take responsibility for her community's future. As they moved forward, she felt determined to guide them into the light, forging a path together toward resilience and strength. As Aveline and her team began to assess their situation, the reality of their recent loss settled heavily upon them. The village square was filled with a mix of somber reflection and the bustling activity of villagers tending to the wounded, each face marked by the weight of what they had endured. "Let's check in on those who are hurt," Aveline suggested, her voice soft yet determined. She understood that addressing the aftermath was just as crucial as the battle itself. They approached the makeshift healing area where injured villagers lay, attended by a handful of practiced healers. Aveline felt her heart tighten as she recognized some familiar faces among the wounded. The consequences of their fight laid bare before her. One of the healers, an elder named Gilda, glanced up as they approached. "We are managing as best we can," she said, her voice steady but tired. "But the injuries are extensive. We could use more supplies." Aveline nodded, feeling the urgency push her forward. "We will gather more resources. I promise we will not leave anyone behind." She moved to console one of the injured, a young villager named Mira, who lay pale and weary. "You fought bravely, Mira," Aveline said, kneeling beside her. "We're going to make sure you're all right." "I was scared," Mira admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "What if they come back?" Aveline felt a rush of empathy and fear, echoing the concerns of many throughout the village. "We will be ready next time. Together, we can stand against whatever may come," she assured, grasping Mira's hand gently. "You have strength. Don't lose hope. The young girl squeezed Aveline's hand in response, a flicker of gratitude lighting up her tired eyes. It was a reminder that despite their losses, hope remained, waiting to be rekindled. As Aveline turned to the rest of the injured, she sensed the urgency around her deepening. She needed to reinforce not just the village's defenses, but the emotional backbone that held them together. "We will raise our spirits and our strengths," she declared to the gathered crowd. "Each of you is crucial to this community, and we will heal and prepare to face the Frost King again." Her words resonated through the air, and Aveline could see subtle shifts in her team's resolve. There was power in their shared vulnerability, a bond that deepened as they faced the aftermath of their struggles together. "Let's get back to organizing," Aveline urged, feeling invigorated by the support surrounding her. "We'll rally together to gather supplies and reinforce our unity. We will emerge stronger." With new determination, Aveline felt the promise of what lay ahead, a chance to rebuild, to heal, and to prepare for whatever challenges awaited them. Together, they would rise from the ashes of battle, ready to confront future threats with renewed strength and hope. As the villagers mobilized to gather supplies, Aveline felt a sense of urgency coursing through her. She observed the wounded being cared for, their faces revealing the toll taken by the encounter with the Frost King. Each bruise and scrape was a reminder of the battle they had just endured. Aveline approached a group of mages who were preparing healing potions, their expressions focused yet strained. "How many potions can we produce with the supplies we have left?" she asked, her heart heavy with concern for everyone's well-being. "We've got a few healing potions left, but we'll need more ingredients if we want to be ready for any new injuries," one of the mages replied, her hands steady as she measured out herbs. Aveline felt a knot form in her stomach, aware that relying solely on their previous stock wouldn't suffice. "Let's gather more herbs and essential components. I'll lead a team to the forest. We can search for anything that might aid our efforts," she proposed, her determination igniting the conversation around her. Kale stepped forward, a spark of enthusiasm in his eyes. "I can join you. We should be able to find what we need if we work as a team." "Great," Aveline said, appreciating the support. "We'll need to act quickly then. The sooner we reinforce our resources, the better we can protect everyone." As they prepared to head out, Aveline caught sight of Mira, her previous patient, watching with cautious curiosity. "I want to help too," she said, stepping forward with determination. Aveline paused, recognizing the girl's eagerness. "It's crucial that you stay safe, Mira. But if you're willing to help, you can assist the healers here. Making sure that those who are injured are cared for is just as important," she advised, wanting Mira to feel valued while ensuring her safety. Mira nodded, her expression resolute. "I will. I can bring them supplies from the shelf." As the group began to gather their supplies, Aveline felt the weight of leadership both challenge and empower her. This was a pivotal moment, not just gathering resources, but reinforcing the bonds among her allies as they all worked toward a common goal. Once ready, Aveline led the way into the forest, the anxiety of their situation mingling with a sense of purpose. They moved with practiced caution, Aveline acutely aware of every rustle in the underbrush. The stakes were high, but she felt confident in her team's capabilities. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Aveline recalled the lessons she had learned along the way, bolstered by the trust she had fostered. This expedition was not only about survival, it was about building the future of their community, and she was ready to protect it with everything she had. As Aveline and her team delved deeper into the forest, the cool, damp air enveloped them, filled with the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves. Their footsteps were cautious, the tension palpable, as they searched for the herbs and components they needed to bolster their supplies. "Stay alert," Aveline instructed, her voice a steady guiding force amidst the hushed sounds of their surroundings. The rustle of branches and the distant call of birds created an eerie backdrop to their mission. Rowan moved close by, keeping an eye on the trail while scanning for any signs of the ingredients. "I think we should stick near the creek. It's a good spot to find healing herbs," he suggested, stepping lightly across the uneven ground. "Agreed," Aveline replied, feeling the surge of teamwork as they followed the winding path. "We'll find what we need if we keep our focus." Just then, a flicker of movement caught her attention. A small creature darted through the underbrush, causing Aveline's heart to leap. She quickly raised her hand to signal for silence, feeling the adrenaline spike through her veins. "Did anyone else see that?" she whispered, crouching low to observe. The group paused, waiting for an answer. The tension grew thick as they strained to listen. Rowan shook his head slightly, an expression of apprehension crossing his face. "It's probably just a deer," he murmured, but Aveline sensed that it may be more. Alertness coursed through her. "Let's move quietly," Aveline directed, forcing herself to remain calm. With her heart pounding, she led them deeper into the thickets where the creek babbled, grounding her thoughts amid the rising tension. As they navigated through the rich greenery, Aveline spotted clusters of familiar plants growing nearby, feeling a rush of relief. "There, those are the healing herbs we need," she exclaimed, rushing toward them. The team quickly got to work, harvesting the herbs with precision. Aveline's hands moved quickly, but her mind remained attentive to everything going on around her. She felt the urgency to gather as much as they could before any surprise confrontations arose. Suddenly, a distant growl echoed through the trees, sending chills down Aveline's spine. "Everyone back!" she commanded, directing her team to retreat into the shadows of the trees. They huddled closer together, listening intently as the growl grew nearer. Aveline felt her heart race. This situation was becoming increasingly perilous. The moment demanded swift action and adaptability, and she knew that every decision made now could protect her team from impending danger. "Stay calm," she urged, her instincts kicking in. "We'll navigate this together." She could see the flicker of fear in her allies' eyes, but she was determined to maintain focus. In those moments, Aveline realized how far she had come. No longer just a girl seeking to master her magic, but a leader prepared to face challenges and inspire her team to forge ahead together. Aveline and her team crouched low, hearts pounding as the growl echoed ominously through the forest, reverberating off the trees and sending shivers down their spines. The sense of danger intensified, every instinct urging them to remain hidden. Aveline peered through the branches, straining to catch a glimpse of what lurked beyond the shadows. "We need to stay quiet," she whispered, glancing at Rowan and Kale, whose anxious expressions mirrored her own. Rowan nodded, his focus sharp. "Do we need to turn back? We could risk being caught," he suggested, concern growing as the sound drew nearer, threatening to expose them. "No," Aveline declared, her voice steady despite the rising anxiety. "We can't abandon our mission. We need to know if they're scouting for the Frost King." As the growling drew closer, Aveline's heart raced. Every breath felt heavy with the anticipation of impending danger. She realized it was a test, not just of their skills, but of their ability to act decisively under pressure. The bushes rustled violently, and a Frost King scout emerged, its icy form prowling with predatory intent. Aveline felt a rush of determination surging through her. "Prepare to act," she instructed, locking eyes with her allies. Together they could turn the tide. "Rowan, we need a gust to distract it. Kale, be ready with your ice magic." They moved as one. Rowan conjured a powerful wind that whipped through the trees, sending leaves swirling into the air and causing the minion to pause, confused by the sudden shift. "Now!" Aveline shouted, summoning her flames as she launched a fireball toward the creature. The heat igniting just as it turned, the flames a brilliant contrast against the shadows of the forest. "Cover me!" she yelled as she surged forward, eager to take down the scout while the element of surprise lingered in their favor. Kale unleashed a spray of ice to limit the creature's escape, their teamwork unfolding seamlessly in the heat of battle. As Aveline pressed the attack, she felt the familiar rush of adrenaline and clarity envelop her. Each spell was infused with the strength of their bond, and she sensed her allies moving in sync with her commands, their trust in her unwavering. The Frost King's scout fought back fiercely, but Aveline was resolute. She wouldn't let fear dictate their actions now. Each action solidified her growth as a leader, one who could inspire courage and resilience in the face of danger. In that moment, Aveline understood the power of collaboration. The bonds forged through their experiences were vital, and together they would confront whatever awaited them. They pressed on, ready to navigate the challenges that lay ahead under the shadow of the Frost King. Chapter 23. Gathering Allies. Aveline moved swiftly through the forest, the sounds of nature enveloping her as she led her team toward the rogue faction's camp. The urgency of their mission surged through her veins. Every moment spent in preparation felt crucial. The path wound between towering trees, their branches creating a natural tunnel that filtered the sunlight into shimmering patterns on the forest floor. Aveline's heart raced. She knew that gathering support from the rogue mages could turn the tide against the Frost King. "Stay alert," she instructed her team, now familiar with each other's strengths and ready to act. "We need to get there before the Frost King's forces catch wind of our plans." Rowan walked beside her, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "I've heard good things about this faction. If we can convince them to join us, we'll have a stronger chance of success," he said. A flicker of hope sparking in his voice. Kale followed close, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Let's hope they're willing to listen. We need to present a united front, one that shows them we mean business." Aveline nodded, feeling the support of her teammates igniting her own resolve. "Exactly. We can't let hesitation stop us. If we present ourselves as capable allies, they may see the value in our strength." Just as they reached a clearing, a disturbance broke the ambience of the forest. A rustling in the underbrush caught Aveline's attention, and she signaled for silence, instinctively crouching low. The faint growl that followed sent a chill down her spine. "Someone's coming," she whispered, her heart pounding as they prepared to react. She felt the tension ripple through her allies, their focus sharpening in the face of potential danger. Minutes passed, each second stretching into eternity as they waited. Finally, a group of rogue mages stepped into view, their expressions a mix of wariness and intrigue as they noticed the strangers in their territory. Aveline took a deep breath, gathering her courage. This was her moment to ensure they did not succumb to uncertainty. "We come seeking an alliance," she called out, stepping into the clearing with open hands, hoping to convey their intentions. The leader of the rogue mages stepped forward, arms crossed and eyes narrowed. Assessing Aveline and her team. "Why should we trust you? Many have come seeking aid with empty promises before," the leader stated, voice deep with skepticism. Aveline could feel the weight of skepticism press heavily upon her, but she resolved to remain steadfast. "We face the Frost King together, and we understand the stakes. We believe that together we can protect our homes from his tyranny," she replied, determination resonating within her voice. As the rogue mages exchanged looks, Aveline felt the tension in the air, waiting for their response. This was a critical moment. The tides of their future hung in the balance, and she was ready to fight for their cooperation. A united force against the shadows threatening their realm. As the rogue mages exchanged looks, Aveline felt the tension in the air, waiting for their response. This was a critical moment. The tides of their future hung in the balance. But she resolved to remain steadfast. A breath of fresh air. She taught Rowan something about independence and releasing his insights. Aveline moved swiftly through the forest, the sounds of nature enveloping her as she led her team toward the rogue faction's camp. Aveline took a deep breath, gathering her courage. This was her moment to ensure they did not succumb to uncertainty. "We face the Frost King, and we understand the stakes. We believe that." The rogue mages stood with arms crossed, their skepticism palpable as Aveline faced them. She could sense their guarded expressions, weighing her words as if measuring the depth of her resolve. "Why should we believe you?" the leader inquired, his voice low and steady. "What guarantees do we have that this alliance will benefit us?" Aveline took a breath, steeling herself against the scrutiny. "We fought the Frost King's forces and are ready to share our strategies and resources. Together, we stand a better chance of successfully opposing him." The leader raised an eyebrow, still unconvinced. "Many have claimed to have faced him, yet our ranks have been thinned. Trust is hard to come by." "I understand, but it's through trust that we can fortify our defenses," Aveline replied, feeling the fire of conviction rise within her. "Look at what we accomplished in our last battle. We stood united, and our bond was our greatest strength." Murmurs flickered through the gathered rogue mages as they began to discuss amongst themselves, skeptically weighing her words against their past encounters. Aveline knew she had to turn this moment into an opportunity. "If we can demonstrate our strength," Aveline continued, her tone filled with urgency, "we'll show you the worth of this alliance. Let us work together on a scouting mission. You will see firsthand our commitment and capabilities." The leader glanced at his companions, gauging their reactions. "A trial by fire?" he proposed, crossing his arms as he considered her offer. "Very well. But if we sense weakness or deception, we'll cut ties immediately." "Agreed," Aveline stated firmly, heart racing at the weight of their bargain. This was their chance to prove themselves, and she felt the stakes intensify as they prepared for the next steps. "Gather your team and we'll strategize," she instructed, feeling a sense of clarity forming. The preparation to demonstrate their combined strength would forge trust and cement the alliance they so desperately sought. As the rogue mages set about organizing their group, Aveline felt a mix of apprehension and excitement. This could redefine their approach to the Frost King and shape the course of their ongoing battle. She shared a look with Rowan, who stood by her side, a hopeful smile on his face. "Together, we can make this work," he said, voicing the unspoken belief that echoed in their hearts. Aveline felt invigorated by the solidarity forming, recognizing the power of adaptability in their strategy. Today, they would take one step further toward addressing the threat looming over them. Very difficult at times survival, and fate was in her heart and simply every step forward. Overcoming awe with the declaration of bargaining past. Aveline leaned forward and kissed his son's neck. Fates went together, uniting their strengths for the good of their communities. "Gather your team and we'll strategize," she instructed, feeling a sense of clarity forming. The preparation to demonstrate their combined strength would forge trust and cement. As Aveline and the rogue mages set their plans into motion, the atmosphere buzzed with nervous energy. They gathered in a secluded clearing, far enough away from the Frost King's watchful eye, where they could strategize without the threat of immediate danger. "First, we need to assess their positions," Aveline stated, her voice firm. She felt the weight of expectation hanging in the air. every eye watching her for direction. We'll figure out how to divide our efforts effectively. The leader of the rogue mages nodded, stepping forward to add his input. We should take advantage of the terrain. If we can position ourselves on higher ground, we'll have a better vantage point. Aveline considered his suggestion, thoughtfully weighing the implications. Agreed. We can use illusions and distractions to draw their attention, making it easier for us to gather intel without alerting them to our presence. Rowan chimed in. I can create a cover of wind to cloak our movements while we scout. That way, we can approach undetected. Let's split into 2 teams, Aveline suggested, her heart racing with the excitement of collaboration. One will scout the eastern perimeter while the other focuses on the west. We'll communicate through signals to maintain our stealth. The group nodded, a sense of purpose beginning to solidify as they prepared to move out. Aveline felt a surge of hope as she observed her allies rally around her, each stepping into their roles with newfound confidence. Remember, adaptability is key, Aveline reminded them, her voice strong. If things don't go as planned, we alter our approach and rely on one another. With her words resonating in the air, Aveline felt the bonds among them strengthen. A collective energy igniting as they finalized their preparations. They were not just a group of individuals, but a united force ready to confront the Frost King. Let's get moving, Aveline urged, feeling the electricity of the moment as they set off on their mission. The thrill of camaraderie surged among her teammates, and she knew they were preparing to face whatever challenges awaited. As they ventured deeper into the Frost King's territory, Aveline felt a sense of purpose and resolve rekindle within her. They would uncover the truth, gather the necessary intelligence, and fortify their strength against the darkness, ready to rise together in face of the impending storm. As Aveline and the rogue mages delved deeper into the Frost King's territory, the atmosphere grew tense. Every shadow seemed to pulse with danger, and Aveline felt her senses heightening in response to the unease enveloping them. "Stay alert," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper as they navigated through the icy landscape. The trees loomed larger, their branches heavy with frost, creating an eerie canopy above them. Rowan shifted slightly, glancing over his shoulder. "We need to keep our eyes open for any signs of movement. If the Frost King's forces are near, we can't afford to be caught off guard," he reminded the group, his tone serious. Aveline nodded in agreement, focusing her energy as they crept forward. The frost crunched beneath their feet, each noise amplified in the tense silence. The rogue mages at her side moved with careful precision, a testament to their training and shared purpose. As they reached a narrow ridge overlooking a clearing, Aveline felt her heart race. She could see shadows moving below, silhouettes of Frost King minions patrolling the area. "There they are," she said, pointing toward the figures lurking beneath the trees. "Let's assess their numbers and patterns," Kale urged, leaning in closer. "If we're going to surprise them, we need to know how many we're up against." The atmosphere grew thicker with anticipation as Aveline signaled the group to spread out slightly, maintaining a watchful eye on the movements in the clearing. Each member of her team understood the importance of observation. This was their moment to gather vital intelligence. As they waited, Aveline felt the familiar mixture of fear and excitement flow through her. They were standing on the edge of uncertainty, but they also had the potential to turn the tide. Suddenly, one of the scouts turned toward their direction, the glint of icy armor catching the light. Aveline's heart stopped for a moment, her instinct screaming for them to retreat. "Back, now!" she hissed, signaling for everyone to move away from the edge of the ridge. They regrouped behind the trees, adrenaline surging in their veins. "That was too close," Rowan whispered, his eyes wide with concern. "Don't panic. We can adapt," Aveline reassured them, drawing on her growing leadership skills. "Let's rethink our approach. We wait for opportunities to position ourselves without being detected. With a collective understanding, her team began to strategize anew, rallying around Aveline's unwavering determination. Each heartbeat echoed their resolve to face the Frost King as a unified force. As the shadows of the clearing swallowed their figure, Aveline felt the thrill of the unknown ahead. They would gather the intelligence needed to counteract the Frost King's plans, and she was ready to lead them into the heart of the confrontation, confident in their capability to navigate whatever dangers awaited. With their new plan firmly in place, Aveline and her team moved with purpose, the moment brimming with urgency as they ranged through the terrain. The chilly air infused their lungs with adrenaline, heightening their awareness as they searched for signs of the Frost King's forces. "Stay close," Aveline reminded, glancing back to ensure everyone was within range. The trees surrounding them became a living testament to their determination, the shadows imbued with an unsettling energy that reminded them of the danger lurking nearby. Rowan's keen senses led them forward, his instincts guiding their path as they approached the area where they had spotted the Frost King's minions earlier. He turned back to Aveline, his voice low but filled with purpose. "If we can find more intel on their numbers or movements, it could change the tide of our next engagement." "Exactly," Aveline replied, feeling invigorated by his insight. "If we can draw them into our traps, we'll have a strategic advantage." Cale nodded, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes as they moved cautiously, staying low and hidden among the underbrush. The rustle of leaves underfoot was a reminder of their vulnerability, but Aveline felt her resolve strengthen, knowing they were working as one. As they crept closer to their objective, Aveline spotted the familiar icy figures patrolling the perimeter, their sinister presence sending a chill down her spine. "Over there," she whispered sharply, pointing to the small contingent of minions moving in a staggered formation. Rowan pulled back slightly, preparing to assess their movements. "We can use the terrain to our advantage," he murmured, drawing on the strategies they had practiced. "If we can create a diversion, we might gather the intel we need without engaging the entire force." Aveline felt her pulse quicken as a plan began to form in her mind. "If we can trap them, we should do it," she stated, her voice steady with resolve. "We already set up barriers further along the path. We can route the minions toward them." The team nodded, adrenaline fueling their focus as they exchanged glances filled with mutual understanding and a shared commitment to the mission. Each step taken would bring them closer to gathering the valuable intelligence they needed. Just then, a sharp sound pierced the atmosphere, a twig snapping nearby. Aveline's heart raced as she instinctively signaled for silence. The tension rose like a coiled spring as they held their breath, waiting for whatever might emerge from the shadows. "Did they hear us?" Cale whispered, a note of anxiety creeping into his voice. Aveline quickly assessed their options, her instincts kicking in. "Remain still," she urged, eyes scanning the foliage. "We'll adapt if we need to." The seconds felt stretched as the rustling continued, but soon a figure emerged from the darkness, a rogue mage, breathless and wide-eyed. "They're on their way! We have to move!" Aveline felt a surge of urgency propel her forward. "Let's go! We need to regroup and implement our plan now." With confidence in her voice, Aveline led her team into action. Every heartbeat echoed their growing determination. They would harness this moment, turning fear into a focused resolve to confront the threat together. The stakes had never felt higher, but Aveline was ready to lead them into the unknown. With the rogue mages now responding to Aveline's clear command, the atmosphere thickened with urgency and determination. They gathered together, ready to execute the plan she had outlined, each face reflecting a mix of fear and hope. "Let's move quickly and silently," Aveline instructed, her voice steady as they began their approach toward the Frost King's stronghold. The tension hung in the air, but she could sense their collective resolve growing stronger with each step. As they advanced through the dense underbrush, The sounds of nature faded into a hush, enveloping them in a cloak of silence. Aveline felt her senses sharpen, each sound and movement seeping into her awareness as they crept closer to their target. "We need to remain vigilant," she reminded the group, casting a glance back at her allies. Her heart raced with anticipation and resolve, knowing they were on the brink of something crucial. Suddenly, the quiet was shattered by a chilling howl from deeper within the forest, causing Aveline to freeze in place. The sound was haunting, resonating with danger, and she felt the adrenaline surge through her body. "Did you hear that?" Cale whispered, tension evident in his voice. "Everyone, stay low and keep moving," Aveline commanded, her instinct sharp as she scanned the environment for threats. "We can't let fear take hold." They hurried forward, keeping low to the ground, Aveline leading the way. Just as they neared the clearing, a flash of ice darted through the trees, a Frost King scout, surveying the area with careful scrutiny. "Get back!" Aveline hissed, motioning for her team to retreat to the cover of the foliage. They crouched down, hearts pounding with the adrenaline of the chase. As the scout advanced into the clearing, Aveline felt the weight of the moment press against her chest. This was a test of their stealth and their ability to adapt under pressure. "Rowan, we need to create a distraction," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Use your wind to draw its attention away." Without waiting for further instruction, Rowan prepared to unleash his magic. Aveline felt the tension rise as the scout lingered, oblivious to the danger looming nearby. "Now!" Aveline urged, the urgency crystallizing in her voice as Rowan summoned a gust to ripple through the underbrush, drawing the scout's focus away from their hiding place. As the scout pivoted in response, Aveline seized the moment, ready to act. "This is our chance. Follow my lead." With shared determination, they broke from their hiding spots, rushing into the clearing while the scout was momentarily distracted. Adrenaline coursed through Aveline as she felt the power of unity bolstering her resolve. "Together!" she shouted, igniting her fire magic as they charged forward toward the enemy. In that moment, Aveline sensed the culmination of their growth and preparation, ready to confront any danger the Frost King sent their way. Chapter 24. The Crucial Decision. Aveline stood at the edge of the forest, the energy of anticipation swirling around her as her team prepared for the impending confrontation with the Frost King. The air was thick with tension, and Aveline felt the weight of all their preparations pressing against her chest. She looked at her allies, each face illuminated by determination, but shadowed by the reality of what lay ahead. They had come too far to turn back now. It was time to solidify their resolve. "Gather around," Aveline called, her voice rising above the scattered conversations. The team quickly assembled, their focus shifting toward her as they sensed the gravity of the moment. "Today we confront the Frost King," she began, her heart racing as she spoke. "We know that he will not show mercy, so we must be ready to strike with everything we have." Cale stepped forward, the tension clear in his posture. "Are we sure about this? The stakes are higher now than ever before," he said, concern threading through his words. Aveline met his gaze, feeling the weight of his fears, but determined to push past them. "This is the culmination of everything we fought for. We have people counting on us, and we cannot let fear dictate our choices," she asserted, her voice resolute. Rowan angled closer, gathering energy. "If we catch the Frost King off guard, we can disrupt his plans. We've worked hard to prepare for this. Let's show him what we can do." Aveline felt a spark ignite within her, their trust in one another rekindling her resolve. "Let's finalize our positions and ensure everyone understands their roles. We need to move with precision and unity." As they hurried to settle into their assigned places, Aveline glanced at each member, sensing the bonds of camaraderie deepening. The fear of impending danger was a shared weight, but it was one they could shoulder together. "Stay alert," Aveline reiterated, keeping her tone steady. "If anything changes, we adapt. Our strength lies in our ability to respond together." With the group moving in sync, Aveline felt confident. They had trained for this moment. They were ready to confront the Frost King with the power of their combined magic and unwavering trust in one another. As the last preparations came together, Aveline felt the thrill of anticipation rising once again. Today would be a defining moment, not just for their mission. As the last preparations came together, Aveline felt the thrill of anticipation rising once again. Today would be a defining moment, not just for their mission. Aveline felt confident. They had trained for this moment. They were ready to confront the Frost King with the power of their combined magic. Emil stepped forward, gathering energy. "If anything changes, we adapt. Our strength is in one ability to respond together." With the group but for the bonds they had forged along the way. Together, they would face the Frost King, ready to reclaim their future. But for the bonds they had forged along the way. Together, they would face the Frost King, ready to reclaim their future. As the last preparations came together, Aveline felt confident. They had trained for this moment. They were ready to confront the Frost King. But for the bonds they had forged along the way. Together, they would face the Frost King, ready to reclaim their future. As the last preparations came together, Aveline felt the thrill of anticipation rising once again. As the group moving in sync, Aveline felt confident. They had trained for this moment. They were ready to confront the Frost King. But for the bonds they had forged along the way, together they would face the Frost King, ready to reclaim their future. As the last preparations came together, Aveline felt the thrill of anticipation rising once again. Aveline stood at the front lines of their assembled forces, a fierce determination lighting up her gaze as she surveyed the area. The sun now hung high overhead, illuminating the clearing with a golden glow, but anticipation and tension gripped the hearts of her allies. "Remember the plan," she called out, her voice ringing with authority as the group focused on her. "We'll strike together, coordinating our magic to maximize our strengths." The mages around her nodded, their expressions reflecting a mix of excitement and apprehension. Aveline felt the weight of their expectations hanging in the air, but she pushed down her own doubts, channeling her energy into the moment. "We've trained hard for this," Aveline continued, steadying her breath. "If we remain united, we can face whatever the Frost King throws at us." Kale stood beside her, his expression serious but unwavering. "We've faced danger before. If we adapt like we've practiced, we can turn the tide," he said confidently, igniting a sense of camaraderie that traveled through the group. Aveline exchanged glances with Rowan, who had a determined fire in his eyes. "Let's make sure our signals are clear. We need to maintain communication throughout the fight, especially as the situation evolves," he added, showcasing his commitment to their strategy. As they prepared their spells and positioned themselves strategically, Aveline felt the collective energy build among them. This was their moment to demonstrate both their individual capabilities and the strength born from their unity. A unity that had been cultivated through shared experiences and trials. Suddenly, a distant rustling drew their attention, causing Aveline's heart to race. Shadows moved near the tree line, and she felt the intensity in the air shift. "Stay alert," she whispered, raising her hand to signal the group to hold their positions. The uncertainty in the air, combined with the adrenaline coursing through her veins, heightened her senses. She had led them to this point, and now she needed to remain steadfast. "Rowan, can you scout for any incoming movement?" She turned to him, trusting in his abilities as he slipped quietly into the surrounding foliage. As the rest of the team held their breath, Aveline felt the moment stretch. The weight of potential danger loomed heavy, yet she focused on the strength of her allies surrounding her, the bonds they had formed fueling her resolve. "We'll face this together, whatever happens," Aveline stated, her voice cutting through the tension as the shadows began to grow clearer. The Frost King's forces were approaching, and she felt a rush of determination. They had come too far to turn back now. They would rise to meet this challenge united, ready to defend their home and prove their strength. Aveline sensed the growing tension as they waited for the Frost King's forces to emerge from the tree line. The hush of the forest was thick with anticipation, each member of her team standing on edge, fully aware of the impending confrontation. "Hold your positions," she commanded, her heart pounding in time with the pulse of uncertainty in the air. Each second felt stretched taut, like a bowstring ready to snap. Kale stood firmly beside her, ice magic swirling around his hands, ready for the imminent attack. "They're close," he whispered, glancing between the trees where shadows shifted ominously. Aveline scanned the area, every rustle of leaves heightening her awareness. She felt the weight of their mission pressing upon her, and it was a reminder of the stakes they faced. "Stay focused," she urged the group, trying to instill calm amid the rising tension. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly beneath them, and Aveline's instincts flared. "Now!" she shouted as figures started to emerge from the shadows, the Frost King's minions stepping forward with a menacing growl. Flames ignited in her palms as she directed her magic at the advancing creatures, the heat bursting forth into a brilliant display. "Hold the line!" Aveline commanded, her voice fierce as her flames roared into action, illuminating the faces of her allies. Rowan reacted instinctively, conjuring powerful gusts of wind that swirled around the minions, pushing them back momentarily and giving Aveline and Kale the opportunity to launch their attacks. "Keep the pressure on!" Aveline shouted, feeling her confidence rise as they executed their battle strategy. Each spell they cast resonated with the strength of their shared purpose, solidifying their unity against the enemy. But as the battle intensified, another wave of minions emerged, forcing Aveline to adapt quickly. "We need to regroup, create a defensive formation," she directed, her heart racing with the urgency of the now chaotic battlefield. Kale and Rowan moved in tandem, ice barriers forming around the team, while Aveline amplified her flames, creating a barrier of fire. They were still able to push back, and Aveline felt the spark of their earlier teamwork ignite once more. "Together!" she shouted, the rallying cry fueling their resolve as they pressed against the encroaching forces. As the first lines of the Frost King's minions fell before them, Aveline knew this battle was only the beginning. They were not only fighting for survival, they were fighting for their home and each other, united in purpose as they harnessed the power of trust and collaboration. Aveline embraced the moment, standing firm as their leader, prepared to guide her allies into the heart of the conflict against the darkness. The battle unfolded with intensity as Aveline fought alongside her allies, flames and ice swirling together in a brilliant display of magic. The Frost King's minions pressed against their defenses, relentless in their assault. but Aveline felt the strength of her team alongside her. "Keep pushing!" she shouted, her heart racing as she directed her fire magic toward a group of approaching minions. The flames erupted, creating a wall of heat that momentarily staggered them. It was a testament to the teamwork forged through countless trials. Rowan unleashed his wind magic, creating gusts that disoriented the enemies and sent them stumbling back. Kale stood strong at the front line, channels of ice magic responding with precision and grace, reinforcing their defenses as he glanced at Aveline, determination evident in his eyes. As they pressed the attack, Aveline spotted a particularly large minion charging toward Kale, its icy form threatening to overwhelm him. "Kale, watch out!" she called, urgency slicing through the chaos. In a split second, Kale froze the ground beneath the minion's feet, causing it to lose its footing, just as Aveline summoned flames in a swift arc, engulfing the creature in fire. The conflagration forced it to retreat, highlighting their ability to adapt to the shifting tides of battle. But just as victory seemed within reach, a bone-chilling roar echoed behind them. The Frost King had arrived, his formidable presence darkening the clearing as he surveyed the scene with an icy glare. A swell of fear rippled through Aveline's team, and she could see doubt flicker across their faces. "Regroup!" Aveline shouted, rallying her allies as they adjusted their formation. "We need to stabilize our defenses. Kale, reinforce the barriers." She felt the weight of leadership settle upon her, recognizing that their unity in this moment was crucial. Together they would face whatever dark power the Frost King brought with him. As the Frost King approached, Aveline felt the brilliance of her earlier confidence begin to wane, but she pushed it back, centering herself as her flames flickered defiantly against the darkness surrounding them. "We will not falter," she declared, rallying everyone's spirits. The Frost King loomed ominously, and as Aveline prepared her next move, she felt emboldened by the trust her team placed in her. This confrontation was a culmination of all they had fought against, and she was determined to lead them through whatever trials awaited. With renewed urgency, Aveline focused her mind and summoned her magic, readying herself for the battle against the Frost King. They would stand together, and amidst the fear, she embraced her role, prepared to seize the moment for a brighter future for her allies and their home. As the Frost King loomed closer, Aveline steadied herself, a mix of fear and determination coursing through her veins. She felt the confidence of her allies behind her, their shared resolve bolstering her courage amidst the rising tension. "Focus!" she shouted, channeling her energy as she prepared to confront this formidable foe. "We've trained for this moment. Trust in each other." The atmosphere crackled with magic as her team tightened their formation, adrenaline heightening their senses. Aveline made eye contact with Kale, who nodded in understanding, ready to unleash his ice magic at the right moment. The Frost King's voice thundered across the clearing, chilling Aveline to her core. "You dare stand against me?" he taunted, his icy gaze sweeping over the assembled forces. The ground seemed to shudder beneath his presence, and Aveline felt the weight of despair threaten to encroach upon them. "No, we will not be intimidated," Aveline called out, her voice rising with defiance. "Today we fight for our home, for our families. Together we will face you." With that proclamation, Aveline unleashed a blast of fire toward the Frost King, her flames igniting in a swirl of brilliant heat. The light illuminated her allies, encouraging them to join in the attack. Rowan and Kale responded immediately, magic surging around them as they followed her lead. Rowan conjured a wind powerful enough to push against the icy aura surrounding the Frost King, providing a momentary distraction, while Kale molded his ice into a shield to protect Aveline and their allies. The Frost King retaliated with a gust of frigid air that sent shivers of ice through the night. Aveline felt her heart race with the thrill of combat. Each spell cast became an assertion of their determination, a collective rejection of the darkness he represented. "Keep pushing," she shouted, the urgency in her tone driving her allies forward. They moved as one, a united front against the torrent of the Frost King's magic. Aveline sensed the battle shifting. The grip of fear from earlier was turning into excitement as they coordinated their attacks. Each member of her team played their part, embodying the lessons they had learned together. But as the Frost King retaliated, the full force of his power became evident. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned icy tendrils that lashed out, targeting Aveline's team directly. "Watch out!" she screamed, redirecting her flames in a desperate attempt to counterattack. Her magic blazed with intensity, colliding with the chilling force of the Frost King's magic. In that moment, Aveline understood the true weight of their struggle. This was not just a fight for survival, but a test of their resolve and unity. Together, they would confront the Frost King's darkness, and she was ready to lead them into battle, every spell fueled by the strength of their bond. The battle raged fiercely as Aveline found herself at the center of chaos, the Frost King's icy minions overwhelming her allies. Flames danced at her fingertips, surging with determination as she conjured waves of fire to push back against the oncoming tide. "Keep fighting!" she shouted, feeling the heat ignite within her, and another fireball erupt from her hands. A swell of energy surged through her, the culmination of her training and the trust she had built with her team, empowering her every move. Rowan and Kale stood close, coordinating their magic with precision as the confrontation reached a fever pitch. Rowan's wind magic whipped through the battleground, amplifying her flames, while Kale created icy barriers that protected them from incoming attacks. A sudden roar echoed over the sounds of battle, and Aveline turned to see the Frost King himself advancing. His presence commanding and cold. Fear rippled through her allies, but she pushed it away, remembering their shared strength. "Regroup and hold the line," Aveline commanded, her voice slicing through the chaos. "We won't let him take us down." As they closed ranks, Aveline felt a wave of determination wash over her. She was ready to face the Frost King, the culmination of their preparation merging into a unified force. They had trained for this moment, and together they would not falter. "Now, together!" Aveline yelled, as they refocused their efforts against their foe, igniting a final wave of magic that embodied their collective resolve. The waves of fire surged forth, amplified by the gusts of wind, while icy barriers shone bright against the shadows of despair. Aveline could feel the adrenaline coursing through her veins, invigorating her with purpose. This was their moment to prove themselves. With the Frost King's minions desperately struggling against the onslaught, Aveline realized how far they had come. Their unity was their greatest weapon, stronger than any individual magic could provide. As Aveline prepared for the final clash, she felt the energy shift among her team, the rhythm of their magic flowing seamlessly together. They embodied the spirit of a community, ready to confront darkness, fueled by trust and determination. "This ends now," Aveline shouted, raising her arms as she summoned the fiery magic that surged within her, ready to unleash it against the Frost King. They would face him, not only as individual mages, but as a united front, resolute in their fight for their home and their future. Chapter 25. Rallying for Battle. Aveline stood in the center of the village square, the sense of purpose sweeping through her like a wave. The aftermath of the battle against the Frost King had left its mark, yet the spirit of the community was palpable as they began to come together once more. "Gather around," she called, her voice clear and commanding as villagers and allies assembled before her. A feeling of renewed determination filled the air, and Aveline felt a surge of hope as they prepared to take the next steps. We faced great challenges, but today we must focus on rebuilding our strength and reinforcing our defenses, Aveline declared, her heart steady and resolute. Every effort counts, and together we can prepare for any future threats. Rowan stepped forward, enthusiasm radiating from him. We should start by restocking our supplies and fortifying barriers. Let's get everyone involved. As the villagers began to mobilize, Aveline felt the energy shift from hesitation to determination. People moved purposefully around her, gathering supplies, reinforcing defenses, and planning their next steps as they united against the Frost King's continued threat. "Rowan, can you check the potion stocks?" Aveline called out, her voice rising above the bustling sounds. "We need to ensure we have enough healing potions ready for the next battle." "On it," he replied, diving into the makeshift apothecary setup, where various vials and herbs lay scattered, some labelled, some not. He worked quickly, counting and organizing, his focus sharp as he reminded himself of their earlier needs. Aveline turned her attention to Kale, who was coordinating with a group of villagers set on fortifying the barriers. She admired his growing confidence as he gave instructions, his clear leadership inspiring those around him. "Let's make sure the ice barriers can withstand direct assaults. We'll layer them with fire spells for added protection," Kale directed, showcasing his ability to adapt and think strategically. "I'll help with that," Aveline said, stepping closer to assist him. "The combination will strengthen our position against the Frost King's minions." As they collaborated, Aveline noticed more and more villagers stepping forward to offer their assistance. The fear that had once clouded their minds began to ebb, replaced by a strong current of purpose. One of the younger fighters, Mira, approached Aveline hesitantly. "What if we don't have enough time? What if the Frost King strikes before we're ready?" Aveline turned to her, recognizing the vulnerability in the girl's eyes. "Then we face it head on, together," she replied, her tone reflecting the strength she had developed through shared experiences. "But we will be prepared. We can't allow fear to decide our actions." Mira nodded, encouraged by Aveline's reassurance. The group continued their efforts, laughter and conversation mingling with the sounds of preparation, a sign of hope fostering within them. Aveline moved to each group, encouraging everyone to contribute ideas, creating a space where each voice mattered. Aveline could feel the collective spirit igniting as they exchanged thoughts about fortifying their defenses and bolstering their magic. The sun hung high in the sky, and Aveline felt the warmth seep into her, a reflection of the growing unity around her. This was no longer just about battling the Frost King. It was about protecting their home and standing shoulder to shoulder against the darkness together. As they wrapped up their preparations, Aveline surveyed the sights before her, filled with gratitude for her comrades. Today was a pivotal moment, a time to solidify their community, and she was ready to lead them against whatever shadows threatened their future. The preparations were in full swing as Aveline moved among her allies, the air buzzing with energy as they finalized their defenses. The sun glinted brightly above, illuminating the ongoing efforts of the villagers who worked tirelessly to fortify their home. Aveline paused to observe the scene, families and friends united, crafting barriers, enchanting charms, and packing supplies with a shared sense of purpose. The camaraderie was palpable, and she felt a surge of pride at the sight of her community coming together in the face of danger. "Rowan, how's the potion preparation coming?" Aveline called out, spotting him nearby, organizing vials filled with colorful liquids. "Almost there, just a few more healing potions to finish up," he replied, his hands moving deftly as he measured out ingredients. "Good," Aveline acknowledged, feeling gratitude for his diligence. "We need those ready for any injuries that may come." Nearby, Kale was assisting a group in crafting icy barriers, his voice rising above the murmurs around him. "Make sure these barriers are stacked well. We need to ensure they hold against any ice blasts coming from the Frost King's forces." Aveline felt each order he gave solidify the trust her team had built. She approached him, a sense of appreciation swelling within her for his leadership. "You're doing great, Kale. Let's create an additional layer of protection around the vulnerable areas." As they worked together, Aveline felt renewed energy. Every spell cast, every defense erected, was more than just preparation. It was a manifestation of their resolve and unity. "Let's take a moment to re-evaluate our strategy before the battle," Aveline suggested, calling the group to gather around. "We need to remain adaptable in case the Frost King's forces change their approach." The crowd shifted closer, the villagers eager to discuss tactics. Aveline could see the unity among them, the earlier doubts replaced by determination. "This time, we won't just react, we'll anticipate," Kale said, inspiring agreement among the group. They began discussing tactics, weighing the pros and cons of different approaches in anticipation of the Frost King's next move. Aveline felt her heart swell as she joined in. "Erasing the most awful fear among the teammates," Aveline remarked in pride. The crowd shifted closer, the villagers eager to discuss tactics, and Batty felt renewed energy, every spell cast, weighing the pros and cons of different approaches in anticipation of the Frost King's next move. Aveline felt her heart swell as she joined in. They began discussing tactics, weighing the pros and cons of different approaches in anticipation of the Frost King's next move. They began discussing tactics, weighing the pros and cons of different approaches in anticipation. Each idea shared a thread weaving their collective strength. The team was not just preparing for defense, they were collaboratively strategizing their attack and ensuring that every member felt valued in their contributions. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the village, Aveline recognized the immense power of the community, forged through their shared experiences. She was ready to face the coming darkness. Buoyed by the trust and collaboration that surrounded her. Today was not only about defending against the Frost King, it was about proving the strength, resilience, and unwavering spirit of their united front. Aveline felt the fire of determination rekindle within her, ready to lead them into the challenge that awaited, confident in the power of their community. With the preparations nearing completion, Aveline gathered her team for a final review of their plans. The villagers were busy reinforcing barriers and organizing supplies, their earlier doubts transformed into unwavering resolve. "All right, everyone," she called, her voice cutting through the buzz of activity. "Let's focus on our final strategies before we face the Frost King. We need to make sure we're all on the same page." Her team assembled around her, each member reflecting a mix of enthusiasm and anxiety. Kale stepped forward, arms crossed. "Are we really sure about our defenses? What if they breach our barriers?" Aveline met his gaze, feeling the intensity of his concern. "We've accounted for that. Our defenses are strong because we've built them together. We can adapt as we go." Rowan nodded, his voice steady as he chimed in. "Our magic is more potent when we work in harmony. We'll be ready for anything. We've trained for this." Aveline felt the energy in the air shift as they discussed specifics. They began reinforcing the magical barriers, layering enhancements to create a fortified stronghold around the village. Each member contributed their unique strengths, and Aveline reveled in the growing sense of community. "Let's make sure to set the traps along the perimeter," she instructed, pointing to the defensive positions. We need to funnel any encroaching minions into the designated area so we can catch them off guard. As they worked, Aveline noticed Mira, the young mage, diligently preparing a healing station nearby. I can help tend to those who might get injured during the battle, she offered, her determination shining through despite her earlier trepidation. Absolutely, Aveline replied, feeling pride swell in her heart. Your support is vital to our success. We need everyone ready to adapt. With every task completed, Aveline felt a sense of accomplishment wash over her. They were not just preparing for defense. They were cultivating a spirit of collaboration that would fortify them in the face of danger. As twilight began to settle over the village, Aveline gathered everyone once more for a final rallying call. Remember, we fight for our home, for each other. The strength of our unity will carry us through any challenge. She felt the energy surge, a collective affirmation taking shape as they stood together. This was not just about surviving the Frost King. It was about embracing their shared strength, resilience, and commitment to one another. With the darkness approaching and the moment of action drawing near, Aveline felt ready to lead her allies into the fight, confident that together they could face whatever lay ahead. As the preparations drew to a close, Aveline felt the atmosphere around her shift into a palpable mix of excitement and apprehension. Night had fallen, and the village square was dimly lit by flickering torches, casting long shadows and illuminating the determined faces of her allies. Let's gather our final supplies and ensure everyone is in position, Aveline instructed, her voice strong and decisive. She moved through the bustling crowd, where the sounds of preparation hummed around her. The villagers were actively engaged, their energy infectious as they packed equipment, reinforced magical barriers, and finalized their defenses. Kale stood by the edge, directing a group of villagers as they tightened the last of the barriers, his earlier doubts now replaced with a fierce sense of purpose. We should double-check the northern wall, he advised, his focus unwavering. Great idea, Aveline replied, appreciating his initiative. We can't afford any weak points. Let's make sure everyone knows their roles before we engage with the Frost King's forces. She could see the determination building among her allies. Each person moved with intent, instilling a sense of purpose and reinforcing their roles in the impending confrontation. As Aveline took a moment to collect her thoughts, her mind flickered back to the faces of the villagers, the families, the children. The allies they had fought alongside, each one a reminder of why they had come together. She felt a surge of responsibility to protect them, to ensure they understood their strength. Rowan, how are the healing potions coming along? Aveline asked, noticing him busily organizing the supplies. Just about ready. I've added extra herbs for potency, he replied, his eyes bright with determination. Excellent. Make sure to have them available as soon as we regroup after our first line of defense, Aveline instructed, grateful for his diligence. The atmosphere thickened with urgency as they finalized their roles. Aveline moving among them, instilling confidence and unity in her team. This is our chance to show the Frost King what we've built. When we stand together, there's nothing we can't overcome, she encouraged, feeling her heart swell with the spirit of community. As Aveline noticed the flickers of hope igniting in her teammates' eyes, she mentally prepared herself for the moment that would define their mission. They had trained relentlessly, and now it came down to trusting in each other's strengths. With the plan crystallizing and determination surging within her, Aveline felt a deep sense of clarity wash over her. Each ally embodied the very spirit of resilience that would stand firm against the Frost King. And as they prepared to face whatever challenges awaited, she knew they would embrace their shared journey with courage. The air was charged with an electric tension as Aveline and her team stood ready at the edge of the village, each member poised for action. A deep breath filled her lungs as she prepared to lead her allies into the confrontation with the Frost King. "Remember our plan," Aveline called out, her voice cutting through the murmur of anticipation. "We move as one unit, focused and coordinated. Don't let fear break our formation." The group nodded, their expressions taut with concentration, but illuminated with a shared determination. Aveline could sense the trust building among them. It was a bond forged through countless trials and victories. As they glanced toward the horizon, Aveline felt a twinge of doubt flicker within her. What if the Frost King had reinforcements? What if they were outmatched? But she quickly quelled the thoughts, reminding herself of the strength they had cultivated. "Stay alert for any signs of movement," she instructed, focusing her mind on the task at hand. "We've prepared for this, and we will protect our home." As the first shadows loomed ahead, Aveline's heart quickened. The Frost King's minions emerged from the darkness, their icy forms glinting ominously, and the menacing growls echoed like a chilling song of conquest. "Now!" Aveline shouted, unleashing her fire magic as the minions lunged toward them. The flames illuminating the battlefield and reflecting the urgency in her heart. Rowan and Kale quickly joined her, unleashing a combination of wind and ice magic that created a powerful shield against the incoming assault. The collaboration felt seamless, the air around them filled with the beauty of their combined powers. As the battle raged, Aveline felt the pulse of their magic intertwining, a vivid tapestry woven from the threads of their unique abilities. They were more than just allies. They were a united force, ready to confront the Frost King's darkness. "Push back," she called out, the exhilaration of battle igniting her spirit. Each spell cast was a testament to their training and trust, and Aveline embraced the moment, leading the charge against the oncoming foes. In the chaos, she felt her earlier doubts retreat, replaced by a fierce determination to protect her community. They had persevered through challenges before, and now they would rise together, confronting whatever danger awaited them with strength and conviction. Aveline channeled her energy, ready to direct their efforts and adapt as needed. This was their fight, and she was prepared to lead them through the storm, fueled by the bonds they had forged and the unity that defined their mission. Chapter 26. The Test of Trust. The air was thick with anticipation as Aveline and her team prepared for the next phase of their mission. The battle against the Frost King had revealed both their strengths and vulnerabilities, but now it was time to solidify their positions. In the aftermath of the conflict, Aveline maintained a heightened sense of awareness. She could feel the weight of responsibility bearing down on her as they gathered their resources and took stock of the situation. "All right, everyone," she said, her voice resonating with authority as she called the team together. "We need to evaluate our losses and determine how we can prepare for the next encounter with the Frost King." Kale stepped forward, determination etched in his expression. We've beaten back his minions, but it's clear he will retaliate. We need to strengthen our defenses and develop a strategic plan for the next attack. Aveline nodded, appreciating the insight he brought to the table. Absolutely. Let's focus on what worked in our last battle and build from there. We'll adapt our approach based on what we learned. As they delved into discussions, Aveline felt a sense of clarity emerge. Each member of the team began to share their thoughts, fostering collaboration as they outlined their strengths and challenges. Mira, still processing the intense encounter, raised her hand hesitantly. What if the Frost King sends larger forces next time? How do we prepare for something we might not expect? Aveline could see the concern on her face and offered a reassuring smile. We'll plan for several contingencies. That's why gathering intelligence is so important. We need to anticipate their moves, not just react to them. Rowan chimed in, eager to help. We should enhance the magical wards around the village. If we know what to expect, we can channel our magic more effectively. With the ideas flowing, Aveline felt invigorated, buoyed by the strength of their teamwork. This was more than just a plan. It was a confirmation of their unity against the Frost King. I want each of you to take personal responsibility for our defenses. If we work together, we can ensure that everyone is protected, she instructed, her heart swelling with pride at their willingness to contribute. As they began to make assignments and gather resources, Aveline looked around at her allies. Each one had a role to play, and she felt the power of their potential solidify. They were facing doubters, but now they were ready to confront whatever lay ahead. With renewed determination, Aveline steeled herself for the challenges coming their way. This moment was about more than just preparing for another battle. It was about shaping their future, solidifying their bonds, and embracing the unity that made them stronger together. With their plans solidifying, Aveline felt a surge of excitement coursing through her as the team prepared for the upcoming mission. The air around them buzzed with energy, anticipation weaving through every conversation as they each gathered their respective supplies. Let's make sure we have everything we need, Aveline urged, glancing at her team, each member focused and resolute. Rowan, can you confirm the potions are ready? We'll need healing supplies in case things go awry. On it, he replied, bustling toward the makeshift apothecary they had set up, his focus unwavering. Aveline turned her attention to Kale, who was preparing his ice magic, layering spells to create defensive barriers. Kale, once we're in the field, keep an eye on the right flank. If they move in, we'll need those barriers raised fast. Kale nodded, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly as they shared an understanding. I've got it. I'll be ready. As they moved through the square, Aveline could see the commitment in the faces of her allies. The earlier doubts had transformed into a collective resolve, allowing the group to function seamlessly together as they gathered their supplies. Aveline noticed Mira, the young mage who had previously struggled with her confidence, stepping up to help. I can take charge of the wards, she said, her voice strong. I've been practicing, and I want to do my part. Absolutely, Mira, Aveline replied, feeling a wave of pride at her enthusiasm. Every contribution counts, and your magic will be vital for our defenses. As they continued to prepare, Aveline's heart swelled with hope. They were more than just a group preparing for battle. They were a community coming together in the face of adversity, reinforcing each other's strengths and vulnerabilities. Let's compile our plans for what we will do if we encounter Frost King scouts, Aveline suggested, rallying the team for a quick discussion. If we can predict their movements and adjust in real time, we'll stand a much better chance. As they discussed different scenarios, Aveline felt a renewed sense of clarity and purpose emerge. The collaboration among them allowed her to see the myriad possibilities and adaptability that could shape the course of their mission. Focus on our strengths. We can apply everything we've learned, Aveline urged, her voice steady. This was a pivotal moment for all of them, and she wanted to ensure they understood the importance of their shared commitment. With roles assigned and energy building among the group, Aveline recognized the powerful bond forming. The road ahead was fraught with uncertainty, but she felt assured in their capabilities and the unity they had cultivated together. They would face the Frost King as one united front, prepared to confront whatever darkness awaited them. As the discussions continued, Aveline felt the excitement mix with a sense of urgency as they hammered out their final preparations. The stakes had never felt higher, and the weight of their mission pushed them all to focus intently on the task at hand. "Let's organize our approach based on the intel we gathered," she urged, stepping into the center of the group. "We know the Frost King's forces are close, and timing will be critical." She glanced at Rowan, noting his eager expression. "Rowan, you'll be our eyes. I want you to scout along the edge of the forest while the rest of us prepare here. Stay low and watch for any movement." "Got it," Rowan replied, determination shining in his eyes as he prepped his gear. "Kale, keep those barriers reinforced. We can't afford any gaps," Aveline instructed, feeling the sense of responsibility intensify. Kale nodded, his earlier doubts faded as he embraced his role. "I'll make sure they're solid. Just give the word when we're ready to engage." As they resumed arranging supplies and strategizing their movements, Aveline felt the camaraderie around her solidify. They were working as one unit, every individual effort intertwined and supported as their collective strength grew. A sudden, chilling wind swept through the clearing, causing the hair on the back of Aveline's neck to stand on end. She paused, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. "Did anyone else feel that?" she asked, looking around at her allies. "Yeah, it felt wrong," Kale muttered, his brow furrowing as he tightened his grip on his ice magic. Aveline's heart raced. The foreboding feeling that had lingered in the back of her mind was growing. "Stay alert," she instructed, forcing her voice to remain steady despite her rising anxiety. "We need to be ready for anything." As they shared quick glances, Aveline could see the tension among her allies grow, momentarily withdrawing into their thoughts. She felt an urge to remind them of their strength. "Remember our bond. Even in moments of uncertainty, we stand together," she encouraged, her resolve shining through. The team nodded, absorbing her encouragement as they refocused on the preparations. Aveline felt a renewed sense of commitment in their majority, realizing that facing the unknown would require every ounce of courage they could muster. Together, they began to finalize their tactical approach, ensuring everyone understood their responsibilities and remained prepared to adapt if required. Aveline could feel a flicker of hope rekindling in the air as they held fast to their purpose. This was their journey, molded by trials and resilience, and Aveline recognized her growth. With her allies beside her, they would embrace whatever darkness awaited them and rise as a formidable force against the Frost King. As Aveline and her team finalized their preparations, tension hung thick in the air, mingling with the crisp scent of pine. They gathered in a huddle, the flickering lanterns casting shadows that danced along the walls of the makeshift camp. "Listen closely. Our success rests on our ability to adapt," Aveline said, her voice firm and clear. She could feel the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders, each ally dependent on her leadership as they faced the unknown. Rowan stood close, his brow furrowed in concentration. "What if we run into more minions than we anticipate? We need to plan for that possibility," he suggested, watching Aveline intently. "Adaptability will be our greatest weapon," she agreed, recognizing the value of his insight. "If we encounter an unexpected force, we regroup and strategize on the fly. Let's maintain communication throughout." Kale shifted slightly, glancing around the group. "If we can find a way to funnel them into our traps while sticking to our positions, it could give us the advantage we need." "Exactly," Aveline responded, a sense of clarity coursing through her. Let's use the landscape to our advantage. If we can direct their movements, we can control the outcome. As they finalized their roles, Aveline felt a surge of confidence. Each member of the team engaged with purpose, the energy elevating as they integrated their skills into the strategy. Aveline glanced at the twilight sky, noting how the evening light was dimming. We move at dusk. That will allow us to utilize the element of surprise, she stated, feeling the urgency of the impending action sweep through her team. The villagers around them shifted, the weight of their unity thickening in the air. They had forged a bond built on trust, and Aveline recognized their collective strength as they prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. Stay vigilant and trust in your training, Aveline reinforced, sensing the spirit of collaboration igniting among them. We're ready for this. We will protect our home. With each reassured nod and each shared glance, Aveline felt more confident than ever. They were more than just allies. They were a community standing firm against the Frost King's threat. She felt a renewed sense of purpose welling within her, ready to lead them through the darkness. Together, they would face the Frost King and reclaim their future. Aveline and her team moved with purpose through the forest, their adrenaline pumping as they approached the Frost King's stronghold. The underbrush rustled around them, tension weaving through the air, each snap of a twig echoing the urgency of their mission. Stay low and keep your eyes peeled, Aveline instructed, glancing over her shoulder at her team. Every sense was heightened, anticipation coiling like a spring. Ready to unleash the tension they had built over the past weeks, Rowan moved beside her, his expression set with determination. We need to find out if there's any new intel on their movements, he said, firmly focused on the task at hand. Kale nodded, scanning the tree line ahead. If we're going to gather information, we need to anticipate their patrol patterns. We can't let them spot us. Aveline felt the weight of leadership pressing down on her, but the trust her allies placed in her invigorated her spirit. She took a deep breath, centering herself, the importance of this moment becoming crystal clear. Let's split up into 2 groups, she said, her voice steady. Rowan, you take the right flank with Mira and Jorin. Kale and I will head left. We'll meet back here after scouting the perimeter. The team nodded, understanding the urgency as they prepared to disperse. Aveline felt a thrill at their swift responses, confident in their training, and, more importantly, in their ability to adapt to whatever they might encounter. As they advanced through the dense undergrowth, Aveline felt a mix of excitement and apprehension swirl within her. The prospect of encountering the Frost King's forces was daunting, yet it also drove her forward, reminding her of the strength they had cultivated together. Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the quiet, causing her to freeze in place. The rustle of leaves intensified, and Aveline raised her hand to signal her team to stop. Her heart raced as she strained to listen, adrenaline surging within her. Did anyone else hear that? She whispered, her senses on high alert. Rowan turned toward her, his expression tense. Yeah, there's definitely something out there, he replied, peering into the shadows. Aveline understood the gravity of the moment. They had to remain vigilant. Let's find cover and assess the situation. She instructed, moving quietly with her team just off the main path. As they crouched behind a thicket, Aveline could feel the anticipation growing within her. They were on the verge of discovering vital intelligence, and the adrenaline coursing through her veins reminded her of the stakes they faced. She glanced at Kale and Rowan, their eyes filled with the same determination, a manifestation of the bonds they had forged. Together, they were prepared to navigate the dangers that awaited, ready to adapt and confront whatever the Frost King's dark forces had in store. As Aveline crouched in the thick underbrush, the sounds of the forest seemed to fade into a tense silence. She focused intently, her heart racing as she listened for any signs of movement. Rowan and Kale remained vigilantly at her side, their bodies poised for action. "Do you hear that?" Aveline whispered, straining to catch the sounds of the Frost King's minions in the distance. The faint rustling of leaves and the crunch of footsteps set her nerves on edge. "I think they're getting closer," Rowan replied, his voice low but urgent, eyes scanning the perimeter for any movement that might indicate the presence of enemies. Aveline's anticipation heightened as she leaned forward slightly, trying to peer through the shifting shadows. Just then, a figure glanced into view, a Frost King scout, moving with a predatory grace that sent chills down Aveline's spine. "Stay quiet," she commanded softly, watching as the scout surveyed the area. A glint of suspicion in its icy eyes, Aveline held her breath, the moment feeling like it stretched on forever. "Should we engage?" Kale murmured, his body tense, ready to spring into action if needed. "Let's see what they do first," Aveline decided, instincts guiding her as she chose caution over impulsive action. "We need to gather information, not create a commotion." The scout paused, turning its head suddenly, as if sensing their presence. Aveline felt her heart race as she braced herself, preparing to act at a moment's notice. "Everyone, stay still," she urged, the quiet intensity of the moment sharpening her focus. Seconds ticked by, the tension nearly unbearable, until the scout resumed its patrol, its silhouette fading back into the shadows. A wave of relief washed over Aveline, but the uncertainty lingered. What other dangers might be lurking nearby? "We need to act fast," Aveline said, feeling the urgency building once more. "Let's follow its path and see if we can gain intel on their numbers and positions." Rowan and Kale exchanged knowing glances before nodding in agreement, the previous tension now replaced by a shared understanding of their mission's importance. As they slipped from their hiding place, Aveline felt a rush of determination sweeping over her. Every moment mattered, and this was their opportunity to outsmart the Frost King's forces. They moved quietly through the underbrush, their camaraderie and unity guiding them toward whatever information lay ahead. Chapter 27. The Final Plan. Aveline and her team crouched in the underbrush, watching as the Frost King's minions moved through the trees, their icy forms barely visible amid the dappled shadows. The air was thick with tension, and Aveline felt every heartbeat echoing in her ears as they prepared to execute their plan. "We need to draw them toward the traps," Aveline whispered, her eyes scanning the perimeter for any signs of danger. "Once they're ensnared, we can ambush and gather vital information." Rowan nodded, his energy palpable as he conjured a minor diversion. Swirling leaves and light that caught the attention of several minions on the outskirts. "They're distracted," he murmured, glancing back at Aveline in anticipation. "Now!" Aveline commanded, her heart racing as she signaled for the others to follow through. They surged forward, executing their plan with a surge of magic that echoed through the clearing. As they moved closer, Aveline felt the thrill of the moment. Each spell cast became a brushstroke in the painting of their collective effort, their magical abilities interweaving seamlessly in a show of unity. Kale unleashed a frosty barrier in front of the advancing minions, trapping them in a shimmering cage of ice, while Aveline directed her fire magic to create a perimeter around the rest, ensuring they would not escape unscathed. The traps they had set earlier sprang to life, and the minions struggled against their bindings, confusion marring their icy features. Aveline felt a surge of triumph. This was their chance to prove their strength and gather the information they so desperately needed. "Remember to keep communication open," Aveline shouted, her voice steady amid the chaos. "We must be able to adapt quickly if anything goes wrong." They executed their strategy gracefully. The energy among her allies surged with confidence, and Aveline's heart swelled with pride as she directed them. This was the culmination of their collective efforts, a testament to their growth since the beginning. "Let's keep pushing," Aveline called, feeling invigorated by their teamwork. "We can't let this victory slip through our fingers." As they pressed forward, Aveline felt the bonds of trust solidifying among them. Each individual's strengths were complementary, harmonizing into a collective force able to confront the Frost King's darkest threats. This moment was about more than just gathering intelligence. It was about demonstrating how far they had come together. Aveline embraced the excitement and the anticipation, ready to see their efforts come to fruition in the confrontation that awaited them. As Aveline and her team successfully ensnared the Frost King's minions, the atmosphere around them shifted. A potent mix of triumph and determination swelling among her allies. Their strategy had played out as expected, the ambush yielding vital insights into the enemy forces. Aveline took a moment to catch her breath, her heart pounding with the realization of their success. She could see the glimmer in Rowan's eyes as he prepared to gather additional intelligence from the captured minions. "Let's assess what we've learned," Aveline instructed, her voice firm as she pushed aside the adrenaline and focused on the task at hand. "We need to gather any information that can help us prepare for the Frost King's next move." Rowan moved to the nearest minion, using his wind magic to keep it restrained, ensuring it couldn't escape. "What can you tell us about the Frost King's forces?" he demanded, his urgency evident as he leaned in close. The minion, though visibly shaken, hesitated, gauging their determination. Aveline watched closely, recognizing the tension that hung in the air, a moment where fear could easily transform into obfuscation. "Talk is cheap," it sneered, attempting to regain some arrogance. "You think this will change anything? The Frost King is unstoppable." Aveline stepped forward, her voice steady and powerful. "We've defeated some of your comrades today, and we will learn whatever is necessary to strengthen our defenses. You can choose to cooperate, or you can face the consequences of your refusal." The minion hesitated, fear illuminating its icy eyes. Aveline felt the surge of adrenaline rush through her again, hungry for answers. Finally, the minion relented, stammering details about the Frost King's recent movements and the minions stationed at the stronghold. Aveline felt the thrill of acquisition surge through her. It was critical intelligence that could shift the tide. "Good, keep this creature secure while we finalize our next steps," Aveline commanded, her focus sharpening as the gathered group began to discuss their findings, strategizing ways to incorporate the intelligence into their plan. As they worked through the details, Aveline felt the camaraderie among her allies strengthen. Each member contributed insights, reflecting the growth they had experienced as a team. The energy in the air buzzed with a sense of purpose, ideas flowing and adapting to the information presented. This moment was not just about defeating an enemy. It was about learning, evolving, and finding the power within each of them. Aveline felt a sense of pride swell within her, a realization that their united front had become a force to be reckoned with, shaped by their struggles and victories. As they prepared to discuss their final approach, she sensed that they were not just fighting for survival. They were fighting for a future built on the strength of their shared experiences. Each decision made in this moment would pave the way for the challenges that awaited them, and Aveline felt ready to lead them through to victory. As Aveline and her team finalized their strategic approach, the atmosphere pulsed with determination. They had gathered valuable intelligence from their encounters, and now sought to turn it into action. "Let's review what we've learned," Aveline prompted, her voice firm as they formed a tight circle around their assembled notes. The flickering lanterns cast warm light on their focused faces, illuminating the resolve evident in their expressions. Rowan stepped forward. "The Frost King has been sending scouts in waves. If we stage our attack at the next gathering, we might catch them off guard," he suggested, his excitement palpable. Cale frowned, crossing his arms. "But what if he has reinforcements hidden nearby? We can't assume we'll have the element of surprise." Aveline nodded, considering his words. "That's why we need to implement a multifaceted approach. We'll use distractions in the forest to mask our main offensive," she replied, channeling her leadership as she addressed the team. The conversation shifted, because Aveline could see the team's momentum growing. Ideas flowed freely as they brainstormed ways to lure the Frost King's forces into the traps they had set, and how they could effectively coordinate their magic to maximize their impact. "Let's set signals for each distraction," Aveline proposed, mentally mapping out their strategy. "If we communicate effectively, we can adjust to whatever unfolds during the attack." As they discussed the specifics, Aveline felt the bonds within her team deepening. Each contribution was a testament to their growth as mages and as allies. They were learning to trust one another, and that trust was manifesting in their plans. A surge of warmth filled Aveline's heart. She knew that behind every decision made today was a commitment to protect their home and everything they held dear. They were no longer just a collection of individuals. They had become a formidable force, united against the threat of the Frost King. "Let's finalize our roles and move out once the sun sets. We must be ready," she urged, her voice unwavering as they prepared for decisive action. With newfound purpose, the team snapped into action, their earlier doubts trailing off as their shared commitment pushed them forward. Aveline watched as they worked together, each member combining their strengths and skills in a harmonious choreography. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Aveline felt the excitement brewing within her. They were ready to confront the Frost King and reclaim their future, not just as mages, but as a community bound by trust, resilience, and strength. Together, they would rise to face whatever darkness lay ahead. As Aveline's team settled into their positions along the tree line, the tension grew thick in the air. Shadows danced among the trees, and the fading light painted everything in hues of orange and purple. She could feel the weight of the moment, a mixture of anxiety and determination coiling tightly within her. "Remember, we draw them in and use our traps to our advantage," Aveline reminded the group, her voice steady as she prepared them for the impending engagement. Each face around her reflected a blend of resolve and lingering apprehension, awareness of the stakes weighing heavily on their minds. Rowan adjusted his stance, ready to unleash his wind magic. "If we stick to the plan, we can catch them off guard," he affirmed, determination shining in his eyes. Aveline felt grateful for his support. It rekindled her own resolve. "We need to trust our training and each other," she said, locking eyes with the mages gathered around her. "If anything feels off, communicate immediately. We can adapt." With final reminders, Aveline watched as her team prepared for the ambush, the energy shifting as focus sharpened. The camaraderie among them was palpable, a mixture of fear and excitement intertwining as they steeled themselves for the task ahead. Suddenly, the air shifted, and a series of distant growls echoed through the trees. Aveline felt the tension spike, adrenaline coursing through her. "Keep your eyes open. They might be closer than we think," she warned, her instincts urging her to remain vigilant. Just as she finished speaking, a shadow darted between the trees. Minions creeping through the underbrush, their breath heavy and menacing. "This is it," Aveline urged, heart pounding with urgency. "Stay sharp and trust in our plan." As the first few minions approached their trap, Aveline raised her hand, ready to signal the attack. She felt the pulse of energy surrounding her as her allies prepared to strike, anticipation mixing with the fear that had hung over them. "Now!" she shouted, her voice firm as Rowan unleashed a powerful gust of wind towards the incoming minions, directing them straight into the carefully laid traps. Aveline summoned her flame magic, igniting it in a brilliant burst that reflected the urgency of the moment. The minions stumbled into the snares, caught off guard as fire and magic encircled them, creating a swirling chaos of light and sound. Aveline felt exhilarated as she witnessed her team spring into action, each member exhibiting the growth they had achieved through their training. "Push forward!" Aveline commanded, the collective energy of her allies propelling them into the fray as they followed her lead. They were ready to confront the Frost King's forces head-on, fueled by the strength of their unity and the bonds forged throughout their journey. In that defining moment, Aveline understood that their preparation was more than just a test of skills. It was a testament to the power of collaboration. Together, they would face the darkness and navigate whatever challenges awaited them on the path ahead. Aveline felt the energy of the moment amplify as the minions fell into the traps, their chaotic movements fueled by confusion. The air crackled with magic and tension, and the exhilaration of their success swirled around her. "Keep pushing forward," she shouted, her heart racing as she directed her flames toward the encumbered foes. The fire surged, illuminating the area with brilliant light as her allies joined in with their own spells, transforming the battlefield into a fierce spectacle of teamwork. Rowan unleashed powerful gusts of wind, swirling around the minions and causing them to falter. Kale reinforced the icy barriers they had set up, creating a formidable line of defense as they fought back against the onslaught. For every spell they cast, Aveline felt the power of their unity strengthening, each person's contributions interwoven into a tapestry of resilience. She observed the minions becoming increasingly frantic, their numbers dwindling under the pressure of Aveline's leadership. But just as the tide seemed to favor them, a roar split through the chaos, a chilling sound that sent a tremor through Aveline's core. The Frost King had arrived, his imposing figure rising above the battlefield, commanding the attention of all present with an icy glare. "Regroup!" she called, urgency threading through her voice as the minions began to rally under his command. "We need to establish our positioning." The team quickly adjusted, forming a defensive line while the Frost King surveyed them with a menacing gaze, his icy aura suffocating the air around them. Aveline's heart thudded heavily. They had to prepare for the imminent confrontation. "Kale, create a protective barricade. Rowan, prepare to charge when I give the signal," Aveline instructed, determination surging within her. As her allies settled into their positions, Aveline felt the strength of their unity solidifying. They had faced the Frost King together before, and this time would be no different. She understood that their moments of doubt and fear were overshadowed by the absolute need to protect their home. With a final glance at the encroaching danger, Aveline felt the fire in her heart ignite. "Let's show him our strength," she declared, knowing that this confrontation was not just a battle, but a testament to the trust they had forged. In that pivotal moment, Aveline was ready to lead her team against the Frost King, every nerve in her body alive with the promise of what they could achieve together. They were bound not just by their magic, but by the spirit of unity and resilience that had been cultivated through every trial faced along the way. Together, they would confront the shadows threatening their realm. Aveline felt the moment shift as the Frost King's presence enveloped the battleground, his icy aura chilling the air and sending shivers through her comrades. The initial confidence they had felt began to falter, replaced by a palpable fear that rippled through the ranks. "Stand firm," Aveline shouted, rallying her allies as they instinctively tightened their formation, ready to respond to the looming threat. Every breath felt heavy with the weight of anticipation, but she refused to let anxiety dictate their actions. Kale, standing resolutely at her side, channeled his ice magic to reinforce their defenses. "If we can stall him, we might regain the upper hand," he said, his voice steady but filled with the tension of the moment. Rowan nodded, his eyes focused intently on the approaching Frost King. "We can use the terrain to our advantage. We'll create an opening if we work together." Aveline felt a flicker of hope ignite in her chest as she watched them respond to her leadership. "As soon as he strikes, we'll capitalize on the moment. Remember our training," she urged. The Frost King stepped closer, his menacing presence sending a chill down Aveline's spine. She could see the determination in the eyes of her allies, grounded by a shared sense of purpose that strengthened the fabric of their trust. "Now!" Aveline commanded, channeling her magic as she unleashed a torrent of fire aimed at the Frost King, flames bursting forth in defiance. Her spell collided with his icy defenses, creating a brilliant flash of light that momentarily illuminated the battleground. The sheer energy surged through her, fueling her desire to protect her friends and reclaim their future. "Hang on!" Kale shouted, summoning a protective barrier just in time to counter the Frost King's retaliatory strike. The minions that had been distracted began to rally, but Aveline felt the power of unity crest within her team. "Push forward," she urged, the fire in her heart igniting as they orchestrated their attack. Each spell cast was a manifestation of their resilience, every fighter embodying their growth as both mages and allies. As they launched their combined magic toward the Frost King, Aveline felt the clarity of her purpose crystallize. This battle was not only for survival, it was for the very soul of their community. With the finesse of trained warriors, they pressed against the Frost King, feeling the bonds forged through shared trials, guiding them through the chaos. Aveline's confidence soared as they executed their strategy with precision, ready to confront the darkness that threatened their world. They were fighting for each other, standing united against the formidable force that awaited them. Chapter 28. The Confrontation. Aveline stood at the edge of the battlefield, her heart racing as the tension in the air thickened with anticipation. The Frost King loomed before her, a figure of icy malevolence that sent chills through her very core. This was the moment they had prepared for, and as the dark clouds gathered above, she knew they could not retreat. "Ready yourselves!" she shouted, rallying her allies around her. The energy surged, the fire of determination igniting within each member of her team as they fell into formation. The minions of the Frost King encircled them, growls punctuating the silence with a menacing cadence. Aveline felt a mixture of fear and resolve as she summoned her magic, flames flickering to life in response to her command. She stood firm, unwavering in the face of danger. "On my mark," she called, her heart pounding as she felt the electric energy of battle coursing through her veins. With every muscle poised for action, she surveyed her allies, recognizing the strength and trust that had flourished among them through their trials. Moments stretched as the Frost King's icy aura swept over the battlefield, chilling the air around them and prompting the minions to advance with fierce determination. "Now!" Aveline commanded, releasing a torrent of fire toward the closest group of attackers, illuminating the darkness with bright flames. Rowan and Kale were quick to follow her lead, unleashing a synchronized combination of elemental magic that surged toward their enemies. Aveline felt the exhilarating rush of teamwork propel them forward, the rhythm of their spells dancing beautifully together in the chaos of battle. But just as they gained momentum, the Frost King raised his hands. a chilling blast of frost erupting forth that threatened to overwhelm them. A wave of icy wind washed over Aveline, but she pushed back against the cold, channeling her fire magic to create a shield. "Stand your ground," she shouted, her voice strong and unwavering as the barrage struck. Aveline could feel the heat of her flames mixing with the frigid air, the contrast fueling her desire to protect her allies. The battle had begun in earnest. And Aveline felt a sense of exhilaration and fear mingling in the depths of her being. This fight was not just about power. It was about the unity they had forged, an unbreakable bond that had risen from their shared experiences. As spells flew and minions charged, Aveline steeled herself for the challenge ahead. The Frost King would not go down easily, but she was prepared to lead her team into the heart of the battle, ready to face whatever darkness threatened their home. Together, they would fight not just for survival, but for the future they believed in. As Aveline engaged the Frost King, the battlefield erupted into chaos, the air thick with the clash of magic and the energy of conflict. The Frost King's icy presence felt suffocating, a palpable chill washing over her as his dark aura seeped into the surroundings. Aveline steadied herself, drawing on the warmth of her flames, letting the magic course through her veins. She could see Rowan and Kale fighting bravely at her side. Their reactions synchronized as they turned to face the oncoming horde. "Rowan, distract the right flank," she shouted, determination fueling her words. "Kale, focus your ice magic to protect the vulnerable." Rowan conjured a burst of wind, directing it toward a group of advancing minions. Aveline watched as the gust knocked them off balance, amplifying her flames that flickered and danced toward them, blazing brightly in a display of power. Kale held his ground, ice swirling around him as he constructed barriers to shield their allies. Aveline could see the focus etched on his face, the way he had grown into his role as a key player in their defense. However, the Frost King retaliated with an overwhelming wave of cold, chilling the air and sending a shudder throughout the battlefield. Aveline felt the waves of ice crashing against her fiery barrier, pushing her back, but she refused to relent. "Fight back!" she urged. Summoning her magic with renewed intensity, the flames flared, reflecting her inner strength as she directed every ounce of energy toward the Frost King himself. Around her, the tide of battle surged, but Aveline felt the collective strength of her allies invigorating her resolve. "We do not back down. Adapt and strike," she commanded, watching her team spread out to respond to the ever-changing dynamics. They faced wave after wave of minions. Ice swirling around him as he constructed barriers to shield their allies. Aveline could see the focus etched on his face, the way he had grown into his role as a key player in their defense. However, the Frost King retaliated with an overwhelming wave of cold, chilling the air and sending a shudder throughout the battlefield. Aveline felt the collective strength of her allies invigorating her resolve. But Aveline knew their bond was what would carry them through. Each spell cast, every maneuver executed, served as a reminder that they were not alone. Each member of their team was there, lifting each other up amidst the chaos. As Aveline pressed the attack against the Frost King, she felt a fierce determination swell within her. This was not just a fight for survival. It was a battle to protect everything they had built together. In that moment, Aveline harnessed her leadership, guiding her allies through the fray. They would confront the Frost King together, inspired by the strength of their unity, ready to reclaim their future against the darkness looming over their lives. For your audio, I have pork. I need to do everything myself. The battle raged on, and Aveline felt the stakes rising as the Frost King's minions pressed in relentlessly. Shadows danced with every clash of magic, the flicker of flame and the shimmer of ice melding into a brilliant display of defiance against the encroaching darkness. Aveline's heart raced. "Rowan, to the left! Hold their advance!" she commanded, feeling the surge of adrenaline propel her as she wielded her fire magic. Flames burst forth, lighting the path and illuminating her allies' determined faces. Kale positioned himself at her side, channeling his ice magic to create defensive walls against the relentless tide of minions. "If we can push them back, we might create an opening," he shouted, his voice infused with urgency as he reinforced their formation. Aveline watched as her team pressed forward, their movements fluid and instinctive, showcasing the growth forged through their shared experiences. But just as they felt the momentum shift, a thunderous roar filled the air. The Frost King had taken notice of their efforts. "Regroup! Prepare for the Frost King!" Aveline yelled, her heart pounding in tandem with the chaos surrounding them. The air grew colder, and Aveline steeled herself for the real confrontation that lay ahead. As the Frost King emerged, his icy presence suffocating the warmth around them, Aveline felt a mix of fear and determination swell within her. She was not just fighting to survive. She was fighting for the future of her community, for each person who stood beside her. With the Frost King's magic intensifying, she turned to her team. "We'll need everything we've got. Focus on the larger groups. Distract and disrupt." The mages rallied, casting spells that merged into a powerful display of elemental magic. Aveline guided their efforts, using her flames to fuel the attack while directing Kale's ice shields and Rowan's wind gusts to maintain pressure on their enemies. Suddenly, the Frost King unleashed a wave of ice, chilling the air so fiercely that it cut through their defenses. Aveline felt the icy breath wash over her, but she pushed through, ready to counterattack. "Stand firm! Adapt to their movements!" Aveline shouted, channeling her magic with determination as her flames surged higher. Creating a barrier against the frost. She could feel the energy among her allies stir. They were adapting, responding to the threat with courage. In that moment, Aveline realized that every challenge forged their unity. They were stronger together, and as they faced the Frost King, she felt empowered to lead them, ready to embrace whatever darkness awaited. The journey had prepared her for this fight, and her spirit burned brightly with the promise of victory. Together. after the battle raged on. A thunderous roar filled the air. The Frost King had taken notice of their efforts. They would reclaim their future. With the battlefield in full chaos, Aveline felt her heart racing as she pressed forward against the Frost King and his minions. The frost-bitten air stung her cheeks, but she refused to let the cold seep into her spirit. She was focused on victory, determined to protect the community she cared for. "Rally together!" she shouted, rallying her allies with urgency. "We push back as one. No one fights alone." The energy around her surged as the team responded, aligning their spells in a synchronized attack. Flames danced around her as she directed them toward a cluster of minions, sending a wave of fire surging through the chaos. The heat radiated outward, illuminating the darkness and clearing a path for her allies. Rowan immediately channeled a gust of wind behind Aveline's flames, amplifying their reach as Kale reinforced the attack with sharp shards of ice, slicing through the air toward their enemies. The moment felt electric, an exhilarating affirmation of their training and trust in one another. But a deeper growl broke through the cacophony of battle. A larger Frost King minion emerged from behind the shadows, its towering figure casting an ominous shadow over the battlefield. Aveline felt the weight of fear settle in her gut as her instincts ignited. "Kale, freeze its advance," Aveline commanded, her voice unwavering, as she prepared to confront the hulking threat. Kale nodded, channeling his focus as he unleashed a powerful wave of ice, attempting to neutralize the oncoming monster. But the creature charged forward, seemingly undeterred by the assault, its icy breath chilling the very air around them. "Back to formation!" Aveline shouted, urgency flooding her voice as she forced her team to regroup. She could see doubt creeping back into their expressions, but she refused to let it take root. They had come too far to falter now. "Focus on the barricades! We can't let it break through!" she urged, determined to channel her fear into a strategic advantage. With the Frost King's minions rallying at the backlines, Aveline felt the tide of battle slipping dangerously close to chaos. She pushed her flames higher, deflecting icy projectiles while steering their combined magic toward the advancing threat. "Together, we can overcome this," Aveline shouted, fierce determination lacing her words as she led the charge against the creature. Every spell cast became a living testament to their shared journey and growth as a team. As they pressed on, Aveline felt a profound sense of unity among her allies, their intentions merging into one powerful force. They would stand together against the Frost King and his minions, ready to face whatever darkness dared to approach their home. This was their moment, a culmination of everything they had fought for, and Aveline was prepared to lead them into victory. The air crackled with tension as Aveline stood at the forefront of her team, her heart pounding with determination. The Frost King's minions charged ferociously, their icy forms tumbling toward the makeshift barracks where her allies stood prepared. This was a moment that would define their strength. "Focus your magic," Aveline commanded, channeling the energy of the moment as she summoned flames around her, creating heat that pulsed through the impending chaos. "We need to push them back." Kale stepped up beside her, ice swirling around his hands, ready to unleash a counterstrike. "Let's funnel them toward the traps. That will give us an advantage," he shouted, his conviction evident as he set his sights on the advancing enemy. Rowan altered his position, readying a gust of wind to help direct the minions into the desired path. "I'll create a barrier. Let's push them in." Aveline felt the electricity of their teamwork as they executed their plan. The flames roared to life, swirling in a spectacular display as they danced toward the oncoming minions. A wave of heat surged forward, mixing with the chilling air, creating an exhilarating contrast that reminded Aveline of their determination. But as they pressed forward, a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, a hulking servant of the Frost King, emanating a frigid aura. A deep growl escaped its lips, sending a shiver through Aveline's spine. "Regroup!" she called out, urgency threading her voice as the creature approached. It was time to adapt, and she felt the weight of leadership settle heavily on her shoulders. "We can't let it break through!" With the minion barreling down on them, Aveline summoned a barrier of fire, warding off the icy claws as they clashed fiercely against the blaze. She could see the tension in her allies, expressions transform into resolve as they rallied behind her, magic coursing through the air in waves of colour and power. "Keep firing!" Aveline urged, watching as each member of her team embraced the moment, casting spells and coordinating their powers in a beautiful display of unity. They were no longer fighting just for themselves, they were fighting for each other. As Aveline's flames licked toward the monstrous foe, she felt the adrenaline fuel her strength. The creature faltered for just a moment under the combined assault, giving Aveline a glimpse of hope. They passed the threshold from fear into confidence, channeling their collective magic into a force that transcended individual power. "This is our fight," Aveline shouted, the exhilaration of combat igniting her spirit. In this fierce confrontation, she knew that every action they took together would shape their destiny, reinforcing the bonds they had forged through trust and unity. With a fierce determination, Aveline pushed on, ready to embrace whatever challenges came next. They were prepared to face the Frost King, their spirits high as they united against the shadows, ready to reclaim their future. The chaos of battle surged around Aveline as she and her team fought fiercely against the Frost King's forces. Spells flew, the air thick with magic and determination, and she could feel the adrenaline coursing through her veins. "Stand strong!" she shouted, directing a blast of fire toward the advancing minions, the flames illuminating her allies' faces. The energy surged as her team responded, rallying behind her with the fierce commitment that had become their hallmark. But just as they seemed to gain the upper hand, the Frost King's commanding presence loomed larger on the battlefield, his icy gaze piercing through the chaos. A wave of dread washed over Aveline, but she pushed it aside, igniting her resolve. "We will not falter," she declared, feeling the power of her words resonate through her team. "Together, we can face him." With urgency propelling them, the mages pressed forward. Aveline directed her flames toward the Frost King, willing the fire to evade his icy magic and strike true. The Frost King retaliated with an onslaught of frigid blasts, the icy shards scattering through the air like a storm. Aveline felt the chill seep through her defenses, but she lifted her arms to summon fire, creating a protective barrier that absorbed some of the impact. "Kale, create an ice wall," she commanded, watching as he conjured barriers to help shield their allies from the Frost King's attack. The combination of their elements painted a picture of greater power, a tapestry woven from their shared experiences and trust. Aveline's heart raced as she moved back into the fray, urgency guiding her every action. With each spell cast, she felt the trust within her team solidify, their bond growing stronger amid the chaos. "We must adapt," Aveline shouted, feeling the weight of leadership settle firmly upon her. "Stay in formation and communicate our movements." As the battle swirled around them, Aveline witnessed the transformation in her allies. Each person was responding to their roles with clarity and conviction, fighting not only for themselves, but also for one another. Aveline's confidence surged. They were no longer just fighting against an enemy, but standing firm as a united force, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. As they pushed back against the Frost King's minions, Aveline steeled herself for the confrontation with him. This battle would not determine their fate. It was merely a chapter in their journey. With her allies beside her, they would face the darkness together, ready to emerge stronger than before. Chapter 29. Aftermath of Battle. Aveline stood amidst the remnants of the battlefield, the aftermath of their confrontation with the Frost King heavy in the air. The once vibrant clearing was now littered with debris and fading sparks of magic, a stark reminder of the cost they had endured for their hard-won victory. The muffled sounds of the villagers echoed in the distance as they began to gather and assess the situation. Aveline felt the weight of the world rest on her shoulders, aware that the victory was tainted by the losses they had suffered. She looked around, witnessing the weary expressions on the faces of her allies as they began to process the events of the battle. The destruction and chaos had left their mark, but Aveline knew they had to regroup and remain focused on the future. "Gather everyone here!" she called out, her voice filled with authority as she aimed to bring her team together again. "We need to evaluate what we've accomplished and what we've lost." The team moved closer, forming a circle around Aveline, each mage reflecting the emotional toll the battle had taken on them. Aveline felt her heart ache for her friends. They had faced unimaginable odds, and now they were left with the consequences. Rowan stepped forward, his expression somber yet resolute. "We did what we set out to do, but we need to address the wounded and make sure everyone is cared for," he stated, the gravity of the situation evident in his tone. Aveline nodded, appreciating his focus on the immediate needs of the community. "You're right, Rowan. Let's assess the injuries and ensure our healers have what they need. We can't afford to lose anyone else." As they began to assess the battlefield, Aveline noticed Mira, the young mage who had been eager to help during their preparations, helping to transport the injured. The determination in her eyes highlighted how far they had come together, a testament to the growth that had taken place within their community. But even with their victory, Aveline felt a lingering sense of urgency. The Frost King was still out there, and they needed to prepare for his next move. "Let's not lose sight of our goals," she rallied, the weight of her leadership sharpening her focus. "We need to be ready for anything he might attempt next. We will gather intelligence, fortify our defenses, and protect our home." As the villagers began to engage in discussions and work with intention, Aveline sensed the shift in morale. Many were beginning to realize that despite their losses, they possessed a strength that could navigate the challenges ahead. Determined to guide them through the aftermath, Aveline felt her responsibilities grow heavier as they prepared to emerge from this battle. Their journey was far from over, and together they would face whatever darkness awaited them, reclaiming their future by standing united. Aveline surveyed the clearing, her heart heavy with the realization of what had transpired. The signs of victory were clear. The Frost King's minions lay scattered, but the cost of this battle hung in the air like a thick mist. Villagers rushed to assist the injured, their faces drawn with exhaustion, an echo of the turmoil they had just faced. "Let's stabilize the wounded first," Aveline instructed, her voice piercing through the bustling noise. She felt the urgency of the moment, knowing that keeping morale high depended on how they handled the aftermath. She focused on the familiar figures moving busily around her. Healers tending to injuries, villagers reassuring each other, and fighters assessing where they could be of help. A surge of gratitude filled Aveline as she watched their resilience on display, despite the price they had paid. Aveline walked toward a group of mages who were gathering their healing potions. "How are we holding up?" she asked, glancing at the supplies they had left. "Not great. We used most of the potions during the fight," one of the mages replied, worry etched on her face. "We'll need more if we want to be ready for another conflict." "Acknowledged," Aveline replied, her mind racing through the possible solutions. "We'll have to gather more ingredients. I can lead a small group to search for herbal supplies after we get the wounded settled. We can't let this setback keep us from being prepared." "Count me in," Rowan said, stepping forward with determination. "I know where some healing herbs are located. I can help with the scouting." "Let's make a plan then," Aveline urged, the energy of collaboration igniting among her allies. "If we can allocate our strengths efficiently, we can replenish our resources quickly. We also need to keep an eye on any potential threats in the area." As the urgency mounted, Aveline felt the clarity she had sought. They had faced trials together, and it was their unity that would guide them through this moment. The villagers began collaborating enthusiastically, sharing insights on where to find ingredients and how best to protect the village. "Let's gather a few volunteers to scout the perimeter as well," she instructed, aiming to fortify their defenses and gather necessary intel. "We need to be proactive about protecting our home." A sense of determination filled the air as everyone sprang into action. Aveline moved with purpose, smiling at the sense of community thriving around her. This was not just about recovering. It was about showing their strength and resilience in the face of adversity. With every decision made and every task completed, Aveline felt her heart swell with hope. They were united in their efforts, and she knew that together they would rise above the challenges that lay ahead. With her allies beside her, she was ready to face whatever uncertainties awaited them, prepared to reclaim their future against the Frost King's dark shadow. Aveline stood in the village square, surrounded by the echoes of their recent battle. The air was heavy with the aftermath, wounded allies being tended to, murmurs of concern rippling through the crowd. She felt the gravity of their losses weigh upon her, yet beneath that weight lay a fierce determination to forge ahead. "Let's assess the situation," she called out, her voice steady yet deeply resonant with the mix of emotions swirling around them. Villagers gathered, their faces reflecting exhaustion and resolve as they listened. Rowan stepped forward, looking somber but resolute. "We need to tend to the injured first. Their recovery is our priority," he said, taking stock of those still recovering from the conflict. Aveline nodded, fully acknowledging his perspective. "Absolutely. The healer's tent should be our focus. But we must also think about the next steps, what we do from here," she replied, the weight of leadership pressing down on her. Cale approached, a serious look on his face. "Aveline, we can't just prepare for what's next without addressing the fallout from our fight. The Frost King won't stop. We need to consolidate our strength now more than ever." "I understand that," Aveline said, taking a deep breath. "We must address our defenses, but we can't neglect those who fought alongside us. If we show our commitment to each other, we strengthen our position." The energy in the square was palpable, the villagers aware of their shared responsibility. Aveline could sense their willingness to work together, each person eager to contribute to the recovery efforts. As they began to organize, Aveline felt the warmth of hope begin to rise, ignited by their determination. She moved closer to the gathering, her heart steadying as she addressed them. "We have faced a significant challenge together, and we will come through this. Our strength lies in unity." Mira stepped forward, a spark of fire in her eyes. "And we won't let fear dictate our actions. We stand together." Aveline's heart swelled. The transformation among them was tangible. Their trust had grown, and they were ready to embrace both recovery and preparation for the challenges ahead. "Let's prove our strength as a community," Aveline encouraged, rallying the villagers as they began moving with a renewed sense of purpose. "We will gather the resources needed, reinforce our defenses, and prepare to confront the Frost King's forces once more." She could feel the energy shift as the villagers rallied to her call, determination igniting in their expressions. Together, they would rebuild not just their defenses, but the very fabric of their community, ready to stand firm against whatever darkness loomed on the horizon. With every action taken, she recognized that they were forging a path toward a brighter future, and she would lead them there with unwavering resolve. As the villagers worked tirelessly to recuperate from the recent battle, Aveline felt a sense of urgency settle in her chest. The evening sun hung low, casting warm rays over the square, but the shadows of doubt still lingered in the hearts of her comrades. Aveline gathered the key members of her team. "We need to formally assess our resources and plan accordingly," she said, her voice steady as she looked into each of their eyes. Cale was the first to respond. His brow furrowed. "We've lost several supplies, and our healing potions are depleted. If we want to be prepared for the Frost King's next move, we need to focus on that." Rowan nodded in agreement, the seriousness of the situation settling on him. "We should also make contact with nearby allies. They may have resources we can tap into," he suggested, his eagerness to act evident. Aveline felt a swell of gratitude for their commitment. "Agreed. Let's split our efforts. Gather what we can here, then send a small group to reach out to the rogues in the area," she instructed. her voice gaining confidence with each passing moment. As her team began to organize, Aveline glanced around at the villagers, their faces a mixture of worry and resolve. She could see the tension rising within them, and the responsibility of her leadership settled heavier on her shoulders. Together, we can adapt and overcome these challenges, Aveline declared, aiming to instill courage. Let's not let fear constrain us. Instead, we focus on what we can achieve together. The crowd responded, a renewed energy forming as they processed her words. Aveline felt hope bloom within her as they moved to implement her plans. They were not merely preparing for another fight. They were strengthening their community, reaffirming the bonds they had forged through struggle. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the edge of the square, a villager sprinting toward them, urgency etched on his face. "Aveline, there's movement near the forest's edge. The Frost King's scouts are approaching." Aveline felt her heart drop as fear threatened to creep back into the group. She stood tall, rallying her allies. "We'll put our plan into action now. Everyone, to your positions. We must be ready for anything." With urgency propelling her words, Aveline felt the collective resolve surging. They had faced danger before, and now they would face it again, hand in hand, prepared to protect their home and each other against the darkness. As the reality of their fragile victory set in, Aveline felt the atmosphere shift. The villagers gathered in huddled groups, their expressions a mix of relief and lingering fear. The aftermath of the battle with the Frost King weighed heavily on them all. "Let's regroup and assess what we've accomplished," Aveline urged, her voice rising above the murmurs of concern. She could see the weariness in their eyes, but she also sensed a flicker of determination stirring within the crowd. "Where do we even begin?" Kale asked, scanning the remnants of the battlefield. "We've suffered significant losses, and their forces are still out there. We start by tending to the injured and stabilizing our defenses," Aveline replied firmly, pushing aside the dread settling in her stomach. "But we also need to gather any intel we can on the Frost King's movements and the next steps he might take." Rowan nodded, stepping forward to share his thoughts. "We should reach out to nearby allies and assess our supplies. If we can replenish our resources quickly, we can prepare for whatever retaliation he throws at us." The villagers began to murmur amongst themselves, the sense of collective responsibility rekindling the energy in the air. Aveline felt a sense of pride swell within her. They were not just regrouping, they were forming a plan. "Let's allocate roles," Aveline instructed, rallying the group with her determined spirit. "Those who can assist with healing should prioritize tending to the wounded. The rest will focus on defense and gathering supplies." As they organized, Aveline noted the camaraderie blooming among them. They were actively participating, each member contributing their strengths, and it reinforced the bond they shared. Suddenly, a familiar figure approached, the elder villager Aveline had spoken with before. His face was lined with concern. "Aveline, we're ready to listen to any plans you have. Our community stands with you." She felt a deep sense of gratitude wash over her, the weight of responsibility now tempered by trust. "Thank you. Together we'll navigate this challenge," she reassured him. With renewed determination, Aveline felt the momentum shifting among the villagers. They were becoming a community bound by purpose, ready to face whatever awaited them after the shadows of the Frost King's forces had cast over their lives. As they finalized their plans, Aveline felt the clarity she had sought growing stronger. This was not just about survival. It was about standing firm for one another and building a future rooted in trust and resilience. Together, they would confront the Frost King, and she was ready to lead them into the challenge, fueled by hope and determination. The sun hung low in the sky as Aveline surveyed the village, filled with a renewed sense of purpose. The sounds of chatter and activity surrounded her, mingling with the palpable energy of hope and determination as the villagers rallied to recover from their recent battle. Aveline stepped into the heart of the square, where groups of villagers gathered to exchange ideas and plan their next moves. The atmosphere was electric with collaboration. Ideas bounced back and forth, fueled by a shared commitment to protect their home. "Let's regroup and focus on what we need to do moving forward," she called, drawing their attention. The villagers turned to her, their faces eager and attentive, ready to contribute to the momentum of the moment. "We need to restore what was lost," Aveline continued, her voice firm. "Gather healing herbs and supplies. It's essential that we empower our defenses and ensure each person understands their role in what lies ahead." Kale stepped forward, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "I'll lead a group to check the perimeter and gather any remaining resources nearby," he declared. "Excellent," Aveline replied, feeling her heart swell with pride in the trust they had built. "The more information we gather, the better prepared we will be. Let's ensure everyone knows the plan and feels secure in their contributions." Rowan moved to her side, nodding as he shared his enthusiasm. "And I'll assist with the healing potions. I can show others how to blend them effectively," he said, the eagerness in his voice revealing his dedication to their cause. Around her, the villagers began to scatter, energy buzzing as they excitedly organized into groups. Aveline felt invigorated by their determination, the collaborative spirit sharpening her focus. As the villagers gathered supplies, Aveline noticed Mira filling a basket with herbs, her confidence visibly growing. "I'll be ready to help with the healing," she said, a fierce determination lighting up her eyes. Aveline smiled, feeling warmth spread in her chest. "You're doing wonderfully, Mira. Your contributions are vital to our success." The sun started to dip lower in the sky, casting a warm golden light over the scene. And Aveline felt a profound sense of unity strengthen among them. They had fought hard, faced challenges together, and now they were on the path to recover and regroup. "Let's ensure we remain vigilant," Aveline reminded, glancing at her allies as they returned to their tasks. "Whatever the Frost King has planned, we will be ready to stand against it." As they moved with purpose, Aveline felt a renewed sense of hope. This was their chance to reclaim their safety and protect their community. With every preparation made, they were not just safeguarding themselves, they were fortifying their future together. Chapter 30. Mending Bonds. Aveline stood at the edge of the village, the early morning light spilling over the rooftops and casting long shadows across the cobblestones. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of fresh earth and the promise of a new day. Yet there was an undercurrent of apprehension, a bittersweet reminder of the battles won and the losses endured. As she took a deep breath, Aveline reflected on the journey that had brought her to this point. The trials and challenges that had shaped her as both a mage and a leader. The Frost King's defeat felt like a hard-fought victory, but the lingering impact of their fight weighed heavily on her heart. With a determined nod, she turned to the gathering villagers, each one moving about with purpose as they began to reintegrate into their daily lives. "Today we focus on healing and rebuilding," Aveline announced, her voice steady. "Our community has faced great adversity, but together we will forge a path forward." The villagers stopped to listen, their expressions a blend of hope and weariness. Aveline felt the responsibility settle firmly on her shoulders as she glanced around at the faces she had fought to protect. "We will honor those we lost by ensuring we remain strong and united." As she spoke, glimpses of strength began to emerge among the crowd. Kale stepped forward, arms folded, determination shining in his eyes. "We need to establish ongoing training. We can't afford to become complacent," he stated, his tone pressing their shared commitment to growth. Aveline nodded, feeling solidarity weave through the moment. Absolutely. Training will prepare us for future threats, and together we'll ensure our village remains safe. The villagers murmured in agreement, a sense of unity blossoming with each exchange. Aveline felt the energy shift, the earlier doubts replaced with a burgeoning sense of purpose as they began making plans to reinforce their defenses and skill sets. Mira approached, her expression earnest. "And we'll need healing stations to care for those who still need support after the battle," she proposed, excitement flickering in her voice. "Yes, and we can bring in nearby allies for additional help," Aveline suggested, encouraging collaboration. "Let's make sure everyone is included in our recovery efforts. Our strength lies in our community." As they formulated their plans, Aveline felt a warmth blossom within her, reinforced by the bonds of trust they had cultivated through shared adversity. This was their moment to shine, to rebuild not just their defenses, but the very fabric of their community. With every task outlined and every voice contributing, Aveline felt invigorated by their collective spirit. Today marked a new chapter, one where they would not only heal, but continue to grow together, ready to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead with courage and resilience. As Aveline moved through the village, the morning light spilled over the cobblestones, illuminating the faces of her neighbours as they began their daily tasks. The atmosphere was thick with a mix of hope and the bittersweet remnants of recent battles, but Aveline felt a renewed sense of purpose driving her forward. "Let's get our plans into motion," she called out, addressing the small group of villagers that had gathered around her. "We have much to do." Rowan approached, a determined look on his face. "I've been working with a few other mages on gathering more supplies, especially for the healing potions," he said, excitement bubbling in his voice. "We want to ensure no one is unprepared next time." "Great, that's essential," Aveline replied, appreciative of his initiative. "Let's incorporate that into our training sessions. Healing will be just as important as combat practice." Nearby, Kale was discussing plans with a group of fighters. Each one eager to contribute their skills to protect the village. Aveline felt a swell of pride as she watched them. They were no longer just individuals worried about their safety. They had become a community brimming with the desire to defend one another. "Let's organize a training schedule that incorporates everyone's strengths," Aveline suggested, feeling energized by their focus. "We need to make sure that every villager knows how to defend themselves. But we'll also emphasize healing and support." Mira chimed in, her confidence evidently growing. "I can help organize sessions for the younger mages. We can show them different techniques for both offense and healing." "Wonderful, Mira," Aveline encouraged, her heart swelling with gratitude. It was moments like these that reinforced their community spirit, everyone contributing to the larger goal of safety. As they discussed their plans, Aveline could sense the shift in the atmosphere. The lingering doubts from before were replaced by a sense of belonging and purpose. This was their opportunity to unite, to rebuild, and to reclaim their narrative against the darkness waiting outside their walls. Aveline felt equipped with hope and determination, ready to lead her allies into a new chapter. They would face whatever challenges occurred with a force born from unity, resilience. This is one of the brightest moments in our story, where the oppressive darkness, charm, apprehension, and fury laid poured out. So where is their belonging? And the bonds they had forged in the fire of battle. Together they would rise, stronger than ever before. As Aveline worked alongside her teammates, the atmosphere was alive with renewed energy. Villagers moved purposefully, gathering supplies and sharing stories of courage and resilience from their recent battles. Aveline felt a sense of pride swell within her, They were reclaiming their strength and purpose. "Let's set up the training sessions for the younger mages," she instructed, her voice firm as she walked through the crowd. "We need to reinforce not just physical defenses, but also the power of magic." Rowan nodded, his excitement palpable. "I can lead a class on basic spells and defensive techniques. I'll make sure they know how to handle themselves." Kale approached, arms crossed but a smile playing at his lips. "And I can cover the ice barriers and mechanisms we use in our defenses. We need them prepared for unexpected attacks." Aveline felt a wave of gratitude for the trust and collaboration that rippled through her team. With each idea shared, the sense of unity among them deepened, creating a strong foundation for the sessions ahead. As they continued planning, Aveline felt a sense of urgency growing within her. "We need to ensure that everyone understands how to communicate during a crisis. If we can't rely on each other in the heat of battle, we'll be vulnerable," she emphasized, wanting to instill confidence in her allies. The villagers around her nodded, absorbing her words as they outlined their responsibilities. She could see the earlier hesitations beginning to fade, replaced by a shared determination to protect their home. Suddenly, a familiar figure stepped forward. It was Mira, her eyes bright with eagerness. "I can help organize the younger mages too. I want to make sure they feel included and ready," she said, her voice filled with enthusiasm. "Fantastic," Aveline replied, thrilled to see her growth and confidence shine through. "Let's focus on integrating everyone's ideas into our training." As they finalized their plans, Aveline felt a powerful sense of clarity wash over her. This was not just about preparing for the next battle. It was about fortifying their community, enhancing their trust, and ensuring everyone felt valued in their contributions. The sun began to set, painting the sky in warm hues. And with each passing minute, Aveline felt a renewed sense of hope. They were becoming stronger together, ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead with unwavering courage. This was their moment to rise up, and Aveline was determined to lead them into a future filled with promise. As the training sessions began, Aveline felt a surge of energy ripple through the village. The square, once filled with worry and uncertainty, was now alive with the sound of laughter and the eager chatter of young mages learning new spells. The atmosphere was imbued with a sense of hope and purpose. Aveline moved through the gathered crowd, observing the villagers as they paired up to practice their magic. She could see Kale directing a small group, his confidence blossoming as he guided them through the intricacies of defensive ice barriers. "Focus on your stances," he called out, demonstrating the proper form. "The stronger your base, the better your magic will flow." Aveline felt pride swell within her as she watched him lead with authority. He had truly found his place among the group. Across the square, Rowan was working with the younger mages, teaching them the basics of potion making. His laughter filled the air, a sound of camaraderie that pulled everyone closer. "Make sure to combine the ingredients slowly," he instructed, mixing colorful potions with meticulous care. "The right timing is crucial for effectiveness." The smiles of the young mages reflected their growing excitement and confidence as they engaged in the practices Aveline had encouraged. This was what she had envisioned, a thriving community ready to face any threat together. Feeling the energy of the moment, Aveline stepped forward to address the gathered group. "Everyone, remember that every spell you cast is a step toward protecting our home," she reminded them, her voice strong and filled with conviction. "Focus on your training today and know that each effort matters." Mira, who had also gathered a group of her peers, raised her hand eagerly. "Can we practice healing spells too? I think it would be helpful to know how to use them in the field." "Absolutely. Healing is just as important as defense. Let's integrate that into our sessions," Aveline replied, feeling the collaborative spirit flourish as the villagers shared more ideas. As they broke off into small groups to continue their practices, Aveline felt a renewed sense of clarity wash over her. The journey they had taken together had shaped them all, allowing her to lead with confidence and inspiration. Amidst laughter and focused conversations, Aveline moved around the square, offering guidance and encouragement. With each spell cast and each potion brewed, they were strengthening their community. They were not just training, but reinforcing the bonds that would carry them through future challenges. The sun bathed the village in a warm glow, casting long shadows of trust and commitment among them. Aveline felt a powerful sense of purpose, ready to embrace the next steps in their journey. Together, they would rise against any darkness, prepared to protect their home and each other with courage and resilience. As the training sessions progressed, Aveline felt a profound sense of accomplishment and connection among her allies. Each mage practiced their spells with renewed vigor, the atmosphere rich with enthusiasm and purpose. "Let's take a moment to practice our defensive formations," Aveline suggested, glancing around at her team. She wanted to ensure they felt prepared for any conflict, reinforcing the importance of adaptability and unity in combat. Kale moved swiftly, assuming a defensive stance. "I'll lead the front-line formations," he volunteered, exuding confidence as he directed the young mages positioning themselves behind him. "Great, and I'll handle the barriers," Rowan added, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he gathered materials to enhance their defenses. Aveline felt pride swell within her, watching the interplay of trust and collaboration that had blossomed among them. They were no longer just mages practicing spells. They were a cohesive unit, each individual contributing their strengths to a shared mission. "All right, everyone, on my count, we'll simulate a defensive formation," Aveline instructed, feeling the energy in the air shift as they settled into position. "Remember to communicate clearly and adapt as necessary." As they began, Aveline felt the rush of magic weaving through the group. Every action executed with a mix of determination and excitement. The spells intertwined, fire dancing with ice, wind sweeping around barriers, creating a vibrant display of their teamwork. But as they practiced, the sounds of laughter and growth were suddenly cut short by a distant rumble, echoing through the trees. Aveline's heart sank as tension rippled through the group once more. "Stay focused. It could just be a thunderstorm," she reassured them, trying to quell the anxiety rising in the air. "We need to remain calm and assess the situation." Kale glanced toward her, determination shining in his eyes. "If it is an enemy approaching, we're ready. We won't allow ourselves to be caught off guard." Aveline felt the energy of her allies rally around her, their shared commitment to face any danger igniting a flicker of hope amidst uncertainty. It was in this moment that Aveline understood the power of collaboration. They were building not just skills, but a profound sense of unity. "Whatever may come, we will confront it together," she said, her conviction echoing as they continued to reinforce their defenses. Each action brought them closer to the readiness they needed for the battles ahead. With renewed determination, Aveline steeled herself for whatever challenges awaited them. They were becoming a force to be reckoned with, and she was ready to lead her allies into the heart of danger. Empowered by the trust and resilience they had forged together. As the sunlight streamed through the trees, Aveline gathered her team once more at the village square, ready to address the implications of their recent victory. The remnants of battle still lingered in the air, but now there was a sense of hope blossoming among the villagers. "Thank you all for your hard work," she began, her voice steady as she looked out at their faces, illuminated by the warmth of the day. "We faced the Frost King together, and we emerged stronger." But this is just the beginning of our journey. The group remained attentive, a mix of fatigue and determination evident on their expressions. Aveline felt the importance of this moment, reinforcing their resolve to forge ahead. We need to rebuild, not just physically, but also emotionally. We've all been through so much, and it's crucial that we support one another, she continued, feeling the urgency of her message resonate among the villagers. Kale stepped forward. Sincerity clear in his eyes. We need to create a calendar for ongoing training and healing sessions. We can't afford to lose our edge, and we have to be prepared for whatever may come next, he suggested. A testament to his growth and commitment. Aveline nodded, appreciating his insight. Exactly. Let's also ensure that everyone knows they can rely on each other. We must maintain open communication about any concerns. Rowan moved closer, eager to add his ideas. I can coordinate with the younger mages to teach them what we've learned. We need to make sure they feel included and empowered. As the group began to discuss their responsibilities, Aveline felt a tremendous sense of hope wash over her. The earlier fear that had gripped the villagers was slipping away, replaced by the understanding that they had the power to shape their future. Suddenly, a child's laughter broke through the conversations. As the group began to discuss their responsibilities, Aveline felt a tremendous sense of hope, reminding Aveline of what they were fighting for. She turned to see some of the younger villagers playing, their innocence a stark contrast to the trials they had faced. Let's encourage that spirit, Aveline said, her heart warmed. We must ensure that our younger generation knows courage and strength. They should never feel the weight of fear. As they rallied around her words, Aveline felt the bonds of community reinforce themselves. The unity and shared commitment came together beautifully, each member contributing to a collective vision of hope for their future. With determination igniting within her, Aveline prepared to guide them toward the next chapter of their journey. The Frost King had tried to extinguish their light, but the resilience they had built would only shine brighter in the face of any challenge. Together, they were ready to embrace whatever awaited them, their hearts steeled by the strength of unity and the promise of a better future. Their hearts steeled by the strength of unity and the promise of a better future. Chapter 31. Returning Home. Aveline wandered through the familiar paths of the village, the sounds of daily life enveloping her as she absorbed the sights around her. The aftermath of their recent battles lingered, but a new era of hope blossomed in the air. Families gathered in the square, engaged in heartfelt conversations, laughter echoing off the stone walls, and children played, their joy infectious. With each step, Aveline felt the warmth of community seep into her bones, the bonds they had forged growing stronger in the wake of adversity. She paused to greet a few villagers, every interaction reinforcing the sense of resilience that marked their recovery. "Thank you for all you've done, Aveline," one elder said, her voice thick with gratitude. "Your leadership has brought us through the darkest times." Aveline smiled, though humility pressed against her heart. "We faced these challenges together," she replied. "It's the strength of our unity that has carried us through." But as Aveline continued to walk, she noticed a few familiar faces lingering on the outskirts of the gathered villagers, expressions etched with uncertainty. The shadows of doubt had yet to fully fade, and she felt compelled to address them. "Let's take a moment to reflect on how far we've come," Aveline said, raising her voice to draw the attention of those who had yet to engage in the joy surrounding them. "We've faced incredible odds, but together we've stood strong. I understand that fear still lingers. It's normal to feel uncertain after everything we've faced. But look around you. We are rebuilding, and every effort matters." The villagers exchanged glances, some nodding slowly as Aveline's words began to resonate, the ice of trepidation starting to thaw. "We must continue to support one another," she continued, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. "Each one of us plays a vital role in fostering hope. Let's share our strengths and help one another grow." A few villagers stepped forward, slowly breaking free from their hesitation, sparking conversations about future plans and initiatives. Aveline felt warmth spread through her as she witnessed the collective spirit igniting among them, a powerful reminder of their shared mission. As discussions flowed, Aveline realized that they were not simply recovering, they were transforming. This village was becoming a beacon of resilience, fueled by the unity forged through trials both past and present. "Let's ensure that our community thrives," Aveline encouraged, feeling the commitment of her neighbors bolster her own resolve. "Together, we can face any challenge that lies ahead and create a brighter future." As the sun dipped low in the sky, Aveline felt a sense of clarity wash over her. This was their time to rise stronger than before, bound by trust and the collective spirit of their community. She was ready to embrace the journey ahead, confident that they would confront whatever darkness awaited with unyielding courage. The village buzzed with newfound energy as Aveline moved among her friends and neighbors. Conversations filled the air, each voice a thread weaving together the fabric of their community. The atmosphere had shifted. Hope replaced the shadows of doubt that had lingered after their encounter with the Frost King. "Let's finalize our training schedules for the young mages," Aveline said, their excitement bubbling as she approached her group of allies. "We need to ensure they feel prepared and empowered." Mira, glowing with enthusiasm, stepped forward. "I can lead a group to focus on healing spells and defensive magic. I want them to feel confident in their abilities," she declared, her voice filled with determination. Aveline smiled at her, recognition of her growth filling her heart. "That's a fantastic idea, Mira. Your leadership will inspire them to harness their potential." Kale joined the conversation. His brow furrowed, but determination etched in his features. "We should also allocate time for physical training. Combat skills are important, especially after everything we've faced," he emphasized. The fire of purpose ignited within him. As they continued developing their plans, Aveline felt pride swell within her as she witnessed the teamwork unfolding. The villagers were engaging actively, sharing ideas and forming a cohesive strategy that highlighted their unique strengths. Strength comes from unity. Every spell, every piece of knowledge shared matters, Aveline reminded them, feeling the momentum of their collaboration build. "Let's ensure that we're all contributing, and we allow everyone to lead in their own way." The villagers absorbed her words, the excitement in the air palpable, as the young mages began eagerly discussing their training needs. Aveline could see their spirits lifting, bolstered by the promise of growth and connection. "Let's make sure we hold regular meetings to keep everyone updated," Rowan suggested, his enthusiasm infectious. "We should ensure there's a channel for open communication, so no one feels left out." Aveline nodded, appreciative of his insight. "That's essential. We will create a safe space where everyone can voice their ideas and concerns. It's through collaboration that we will grow stronger." With each idea exchanged, Aveline felt the bonds binding them closer. They were steeped in mutual respect and trust, reinforced by the trials they had faced together. It was more than preparation for future battles. It was a redefining moment for their community, a commitment to rise together against any challenge. Aveline smiled, filled with hope, as she recognized the strength of their unity. They would face the uncertainty ahead as a resilient force, ready to embrace the journey that lay before them. Together, they would carve a path toward a brighter future, one filled with promise and possibility. Aveline moved through the village, the sound of laughter and friendly chatter filling the air as the community engaged in light-hearted activities, a welcome respite after the heavy weight of conflict they had endured. She felt a sense of warmth spread through her, but there was still work to be done. As she approached a group of young mages practicing their spells, Aveline noticed that their confidence had grown. They were casting light spells, giggling as they tried to impress one another with flickers of magic. It filled her with pride to see them embracing their abilities. "Excellent work, everyone," Aveline called, her voice ringing with encouragement. "Remember to focus your energy as you cast. Every spell matters, and you have strengths that must shine through." One of the young mages, a girl named Eldoria, beamed with excitement. "Watch this!" she exclaimed, raising her hands to conjure a radiant orb of light that pulsed in the air. Aveline clapped, impressed by her progress. "That's amazing, Eldoria. Keep practicing. You're getting better every day." As she moved to another group, Aveline noticed Mira assembling new potions, her focus unwavering as she meticulously added ingredients. The sight reminded Aveline of the commitment the village had made to support one another's growth. "Mira, how are the healing potions coming along?" Aveline asked, stepping closer to observe her work. "Almost done," Mira replied, excitement shining in her eyes. "I've added some rare herbs we found in the forest. They should be more effective." "That's brilliant," Aveline said, feeling the connection between them deepen. "Your innovation will make a big difference during our next confrontation." As the mages gathered, Aveline felt a surge of warmth within her. They were moving beyond fear, embracing the challenges of their craft together. The earlier doubts that had lingered in the air slowly dissipated, replaced by hope and determination. "Let's discuss how we can keep integrating these skills into our defenses and offense," Aveline suggested, gathering them in a loose circle. "We can't just prepare individually. We need to blend our strengths." The group nodded, their confidence growing as they began to share ideas, brainstorming how to use their combined magic effectively. In that moment, Aveline realized the depth of their transformation. They had evolved from unsure beginners into a strong community dedicated to each other's success. She felt a deep appreciation for the path they had walked together, knowing it had shaped her into the leader she was becoming. "Together, we will face whatever comes next," Aveline declared, her voice ringing with conviction. "Our journey doesn't end here. It is just the beginning of something greater." With a chorus of agreement, the young mages resumed their practice, laughter infusing the air as they approached their training with the courage and resilience Aveline had inspired. They were ready to carve their futures together, unyielding in their fight against the darkness. Our journey doesn't end here. It is just the beginning of something greater. With a chorus of agreement, the young mages resumed their practice, laughter infusing the air as they approached their training with a courage and resilience. They were ready to carve their futures together, unyielding in their fight against the darkness. Shall we come? Acid, now is the point they had given up all their rights to. We'll have one more fight to fight. They were ready to carve their futures together, unyielding in their fight against the darkness. Together, we will face whatever comes next. Aveline continued to watch the young mages practice, a sense of pride swelling within her as she observed their growth. The atmosphere around them was charged with excitement, their laughter rising above the serious business of training. She could see that hope was flourishing among them. "Mira, let's have you demonstrate that healing potion you crafted," Aveline called out, wanting to highlight Mira's achievements and bolster her confidence. With eagerness shining on her face, Mira stepped forward, holding the vial of vibrant liquid aloft. "This is the healing potion I made with the rare herbs. It should work even better than before," she declared, excitement evident in her voice. "Excellent. Show us how it works," Aveline encouraged, feeling the support of her teammates encircle them. The villagers gathered closer, intrigued by the young mage's demonstration. Mira carefully approached a wounded dummy they had set up for training purposes, her hands steady as she poured the potion over it. The liquid shimmered as it met the surface, flowing over it and revealing vibrant energy that pulsed around the wound, miraculously sealing it. Aveline couldn't contain her excitement. "See how the magic flows when you believe in your abilities? That's how we will heal and protect each other in battle," she exclaimed. And the crowd erupted in applause, cheers echoing in celebration of Mira's accomplishment. The pride swelling within Aveline also fueled their collective spirit. Eldoria, inspired by Mira's success, called out, "Can we all get a turn at practicing our potions?" The enthusiasm in her tone was infectious, prompting excited murmurs among the young mages. "Yes, absolutely. Let's integrate this into our training rotations," Aveline replied. Feeling the energy move from one person to another, a wave of community support building as they organized around Mira's demonstration. As they began to establish their rotations, Aveline felt a sense of clarity settle over her. Preparing for the battles ahead wasn't solely about fighting. It was about empowering each other and cultivating the community's strength. "Remember, healing is just as vital as combat," Aveline emphasized, her gaze shifting among the eager faces. "We can't forget that every individual's magic is significant, and each of you has the power to protect and inspire." With their renewed commitment to training and a sense of shared purpose guiding them, Aveline felt invigorated. They were not just honing their magical skills, they were forming bonds that made them stronger against any oncoming threat. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm glow over the training grounds, Aveline felt a rush of gratitude. They had come so far together, and the journey ahead sparkled with promise. Together as a united front, they would face whatever challenges awaited them, ready to defend their future with hope and resilience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the village, Aveline felt the spirited energy of their efforts echo in the air. The villagers had come together, seamlessly weaving their strengths into a web of support as they prepared for the impending threat. "Let's finalize our distribution of tasks," Aveline called, gathering her allies close. "We need to ensure everyone knows their roles and feels confident moving forward." Kale stepped forward, determination clear in his eyes. "I can coordinate the defenses along the northern wall. We need to make sure that nothing breaches our barriers," he said, his voice filled with a newfound authority. Aveline nodded, appreciative of his leadership. "That's perfect, and Rowan, can you oversee the potion station? We still need to prepare healing potions and be ready for any injuries." "Absolutely," Rowan replied, a spark of excitement in his voice as he took charge of arranging the apothecary supplies. As they moved to finalize the last details, Aveline could feel the pulse of camaraderie growing among her allies. Ideas flowed freely, a mix of voices contributing to their collective strategy. "Let's also assign scouts to monitor the perimeter," Aveline suggested, knowing the importance of staying ahead of any possible ambush. "We cannot afford to be caught off guard again. We have to remain proactive." The villagers nodded in agreement, their earlier uncertainty transforming into conviction as they embraced their roles. A sense of unity blossomed in the square, and Aveline felt the strength of collaboration infuse the atmosphere. But just as they began to feel that sense of readiness, a low rumble echoed from the distant trees, causing everyone to freeze momentarily. Aveline's heart raced, a surge of adrenaline pushing through her as she focused on the potential threat. "Everyone, stay alert," she commanded, her instincts flaring as she scanned the area for signs of trouble. "We've prepared for this, but we must remain vigilant." Rowan and Kale shared a glance, each sensing the gravity of the situation. "What if it's the Frost King's forces?" Kale asked, his atmosphere shifting to one of concern. "Then we'll be ready," Aveline replied, her voice steady as she reassured her allies. "This is our time to stand united and defend our home." As the tension edged upward, Aveline felt a groundswell of determination among her comrades. They had come together with a purpose, driven by the shared understanding of what lay ahead. She took a breath, grounding herself in the moment, knowing that their resolve would be their greatest weapon. "Let's make sure we communicate any changes immediately," she emphasized, aware that adaptability was key in moments of uncertainty. "We will face whatever comes next as one." With that, the group seemed to relax slightly, the earlier fear replaced by a sense of shared purpose. They were prepared to confront the darkness awaiting them, and Aveline felt ready to lead them into the unknown, her heart resolute and determined to protect everything they held dear. Together, they would rise against the shadows and reclaim their future. As the villagers moved into action, Aveline felt a sense of accomplishment envelop her. The square, once filled with uncertainty, was now alive with the focused energy of unity. People gathered supplies, eager to contribute to the preparations, their spirits bolstered by the promise of collaboration. "Let's make sure everyone has their designated tasks," Aveline urged, her voice carrying over the bustling activity. She watched as teams organized themselves, exchanging information and supporting one another. "Kale, can you finalize the placements of the ice barriers? We need to ensure they're strong enough to hold against the Frost King's assaults," she called out, knowing his expertise would be crucial. "On it," Kale replied, rushing over to check their defensive positioning, determination etched on his face. Meanwhile, Rowan coordinated with the young mages, guiding them as they prepared healing potions. Aveline felt a surge of pride watching him, recognizing how his confidence had blossomed since their journey began. "Mira, let's gather the final herbs for the potions," Rowan instructed, his excitement palpable. Aveline could see Mira's determination flourish as she eagerly complied with his request. As the energy in the square intensified, Aveline felt hope begin to blossom amid the urgency of their preparations. She moved between groups, offering encouragement and direction, igniting a fire of enthusiasm that spread like wildfire. "Together, we can protect our homes and our loved ones," Aveline proclaimed, her words ringing with fervor. "Our training has prepared us for this moment, and we will rise stronger than we've ever been." The villagers cheered, a powerful wave of affirmation echoing through the square as they continued their tasks. Aveline felt the bonds of community strengthen, each contribution becoming a thread woven into the tapestry of their shared purpose. As evening approached, the last of the preparations fell into place. Aveline took a moment to reflect on the atmosphere around her, the laughter of the young mages, the determination of her fellow warriors, and the sense of unity that had taken root in the wake of their battles. With her heart full of gratitude, Aveline understood that they were embarking on a new chapter. Ready to confront whatever darkness awaited them, together they would face any challenge, fortified by the strength of their bonds and the resolve to protect what they cherished most. The time had come to reclaim their future, and Aveline was determined to lead them into victory. Chapter 32. Lessons Learned. Aveline stood at the forefront of the village, the air thick with the weight of unspoken fears, as she prepared to address the gathered crowd. The events of the last few weeks loomed large in everyone's minds, and she could feel the tension in the atmosphere. "Thank you all for coming," she said, her voice firm yet gentle as she looked out at the faces, some familiar and others new. "We face significant challenges, and it's crucial that we begin to address the unresolved conflicts that remain." The villagers shifted, their expressions reflecting a mix of concern and expectation. Aveline sensed the myriad emotions swirling among them: fear, uncertainty, and a flicker of hope. This was her moment to bring clarity and encourage healing. "I know the battle has taken its toll," she continued, her heart swelling with empathy. "But we must face these challenges together. The strength of our community lies in our ability to support one another, to mend what has been broken." A lingering sadness swept through the gathering, and Aveline noticed a few familiar faces among the crowd, the families of those who had fallen, their sorrow evident as they gripped one another. The sight reminded her of the urgency to foster unity and healing. "Let's take this opportunity to honor those we've lost and to reaffirm our commitment to one another," Aveline suggested softly, her voice steadying as she aimed to soothe their worries. "We will create spaces to talk, heal, and rebuild our community." Rowan stepped forward, a spark of determination lighting up his expression. "We should organize gatherings where everyone has a chance to share their concerns, fears, and hopes. It's important we all feel included in this process," he said, amplifying Aveline's sentiments. As discussions began to flow among the villagers, Aveline felt a powerful sense of camaraderie begin to swell. Trust was being rebuilt before her eyes, and she could see glimmers of hope shining through the shadows. With the support of her allies, Aveline embraced the moment, feeling the collective spirit of the village igniting. They were not just recovering, they were redefining their future together, fortifying their bonds as they faced the uncertainties ahead. "Let's honor those who have fallen and delve into rebuilding our community. We will not allow fear or loss to dictate our actions," Aveline declared, feeling the conviction in her heart burn brightly. As she watched the villagers react positively, a comforting warmth spread through her. This was a pivotal moment for them all, a chance to come together and solidify their purpose. Aveline felt ready to lead them through healing, believing deeply that united, they would emerge stronger than ever before. Aveline surveyed the gathering in the village square, the atmosphere charged with a sense of purpose. Villagers formed small circles, sharing their stories and experiences, their voices blending into a symphony of resilience. "Let's make sure everyone feels included in this healing process," Aveline encouraged, stepping closer to a group of young mages who had been looking hesitant. "Your voices matter, and together we can navigate the aftermath of our battles." Mira, shining with newfound confidence, spoke up, I can organize a session for us to share how we're feeling, what we've lost, and what we'll hope to achieve. It might help us all feel more connected. Great idea, Mira, Aveline replied, appreciation flooding her heart. This was the kind of initiative that would bridge the gaps formed by their recent trials. Let's ensure we gather as many villagers as possible. The more perspectives we share, the stronger our bonds will become. The other young mages nodded in agreement, inspired by Mira's willingness to lead the discussion. They began brainstorming ways to structure the gatherings, transforming the earlier uncertainty into a collaborative spirit. Meanwhile, Kale approached Aveline with a determined look. I think we need to reinforce the defenses around the village too. We can't just heal. We also need to prepare for whatever might come next. He insisted, his voice steady and firm. I agree, Aveline said, recognizing the importance of balancing healing with preparation. Let's assign roles to fortify our barriers while we organize the discussions. If anyone sees something that needs attention, we'll address it on the spot. As they discussed the specifics, Aveline felt the energy in the air shift. The earlier worries transformed into a sense of unity, the villagers rallying around their shared goal. Each person's opinion mattered. They were working together to shape their future. Let's make sure to keep communication open, Aveline added, her heart swelling with hope. We'll face any challenges together, and that's our greatest strength. As the villagers began to disperse, ready to implement their plans, Aveline felt a deep-seated gratitude for the community they had built. They were not merely recovering, they were growing stronger, preparing to encircle one another with support as they faced whatever darkness lay ahead. With a renewed sense of purpose and clarity, Aveline took a moment to breathe in the crisp air, ready to guide her allies into a future fortified by trust and resilience. Together, they would overcome the challenges awaiting them, reclaiming their narrative against the looming shadows. As the villagers gathered for their meeting, Aveline felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation coursing through her. The energy in the square was alive, infused with hope and determination, but the spectre of their recent losses still lingered in the air. Aveline stood before the crowd, her heart steadying as she prepared to address the community. Thank you all for coming together today, she began, her voice ringing clear in the gathering dusk. We faced incredible challenges, and now it's time to address what's been left unresolved. The villagers murmured softly, their expressions a blend of concern and eagerness. Aveline could see familiar faces shining with resolve, but still a sense of vulnerability flickered among them, a reminder of what they had endured. Let's take this opportunity to discuss how we can repair our community and rebuild trust, Aveline continued, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. I believe that sharing our experiences will allow us to strengthen the bonds that hold us together. From among the villagers, a voice spoke up. It was Thom, a local farmer who had previously taken issue with their plans. How do we move forward when we still fear the Frost King? What assurance do we have that it won't happen again? Aveline felt the weight of his words, understanding the pain behind his question. Fear is a natural reaction, but we can't allow it to paralyze us. We learn from our experiences and prepare, she said, her resolve shining through. Together, we can build safeguards and shape our future. Kale moved to her side, affirming their commitment. We've been through battles together, and each time we've come out stronger. Our unity is what brings us power. The villagers began to nod, the flicker of determination igniting in their eyes. A sense of camaraderie swirled through the crowd as they engaged in whispered conversations, sharing their thoughts and fears freely. Aveline saw Mira stepping forward, emboldened by the openness in the room. I think we can organize gatherings more regularly to keep everyone informed, she suggested. That way, we can all voice our concerns and support each other. Absolutely, Aveline encouraged, her heart swelling with pride. Let's create a schedule for community meetings where everyone can contribute their ideas and concerns. This is about building trust among each other. As they discussed their plans, the atmosphere shifted, transforming from uncertainty to collective resolve. Aveline could feel the energy building around her, fueled by hopes and dreams of a stronger future. Together, we will overcome whatever trials lie ahead, Aveline declared, feeling confidence radiate from her words. The villagers began to respond with renewed vigor, their spirits lifting as they visualized the strength of their community. In that moment, Aveline realized how far they had all come, not just as individuals, but as one united front ready to confront the darkness that threatened their lives. With every voice raised and every insight shared, they were stepping into a future fortified by resilience and love, determined to rise from the ashes of their past. As the villagers engaged in lively discussions about their plans, Aveline felt the warmth of community enveloping her. Conversations flowed more freely now, infused with hope and a shared commitment to rebuild after their recent trials. Let's ensure we address any lingering conflicts among us, Aveline suggested, raising her voice to prompt attention. We must face the challenges of our past if we are to move forward together. A few villagers exchanged glances, and a couple spoke up hesitantly. We're all still processing everything that happened, one of them admitted, apprehension clear in her tone. It's hard to forget the danger we faced. Aveline nodded, recognizing the truth behind their concerns. I understand how difficult it is, but those experiences have forged our strength. By confronting our fears and uncertainties, we become more resilient, she reassured them, hoping to ease the tension. Kale chimed in, his voice steady and thoughtful. We can hold small group discussions to let everyone share their feelings and ideas. It'll help build trust again among us, Aveline smiled, appreciating his insight. That's a wonderful idea, Kale. Let's incorporate those discussions into our regular meetings. I want every voice in our community to be heard. The villagers began to rally around the proposal, a blend of excitement and determination weaving through the crowd. Aveline sensed the shift in energy. The earlier hesitations began to dissolve as bonds of community rekindled among them. Mira stepped forward, her boldness shining through as she suggested, we could also include some training sessions focused on healing. That way, we can ensure we also know how to care for one another when the next challenge arises. That's perfect, Aveline encouraged, feeling a swell of warmth envelop her as she realized how far Mira had come. We need to prioritize that. Knowledge is essential in any confrontation. As they finalized their plans, Aveline felt a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing that each person had a role to play, reinforcing the bonds that would carry them through any uncertainty. They were transforming their fears into a collective strength, grounded in the understanding that they were united in purpose. Let's make this a time of rebuilding, physically, emotionally, and magically. Aveline concluded, her voice unwavering as she encouraged the group to look toward the future with hope. With that, the villagers erupted in chatter, planning their small group discussions and training sessions, their spirits lifting with each new idea shared. Aveline stepped back and allowed herself to breathe, feeling truly hopeful for the journey ahead. Together, they would embrace whatever lay on the horizon, fortified by the bonds they had forged in adversity. As the villagers began to implement their plans, Aveline felt a renewed sense of purpose wash over her. The square buzzed with activity, filled with the sounds of laughter and focused energy. Each face reflected a determination to move forward, to heal and grow stronger together. Let's get our various groups set up, Aveline called out, her voice resonating with authority as she watched the villagers rally to their tasks. We'll need to establish points for healing, training and preparation. Rowan was already directing several young mages towards setting up a station for healing potions. "I need some help gathering the supplies. We'll make sure each potion is ready for use," he shouted, excitement threading his tone as he worked. Kale moved to the perimeter with a group of local fighters, his focus unwavering as he helped reinforce the barriers around the village. Aveline could see the confidence radiating from him. A testament to how much they had all grown since their earlier days. Aveline moved through the crowd, offering encouragement and direction, feeling the warmth of community envelop her. "Remember, each of you plays a vital role in our preparations. Let's ensure we're all equipped and ready for what lies ahead." Just then, Aveline spotted Mira organizing a group of younger villagers. Her earlier hesitation replaced with a fierce determination. "We'll practice healing spells and make sure everyone knows how to care for the injured," she announced, the strength of her spirit shining through. Aveline felt a rush of pride at Mira's initiative, recognizing how far she had come. "That's wonderful, Mira. Your leadership will make a difference." As the villagers scattered to carry out their tasks, Aveline felt the bonds of trust deepen among them. They were actively participating, collaborative energy charging the air as they worked toward a collective goal. Moving closer to Kale, Aveline saw him explaining defensive tactics to the local fighters. "If we position ourselves strategically, we can protect the village much more effectively," he said, showcasing his growth in leadership. Aveline felt the excitement build as they developed their strategies, enthusiasm resonating in the air. They were not simply preparing for the next confrontation. They were actively preparing for the next confrontation. They had to start planning before they had reached the next confrontation. The townsfolk actively prioritized the important scavenger. Aveline became the backbone to these fighting generals. But they were not simply preparing for the next confrontation. They were actively preparing for the battle to come. The very next day, Aveline felt a unique sense of pride at Mira's leadership. Aveline felt the excitement build as they developed their strategies, enthusiasm resonating in the air. They were not simply preparing for the next confrontation. They were actively preparing for the battle to come, the fierce determination. Aveline felt the excitement build as they developed their strategies, enthusiasm. They were reinforcing their community and enhancing their resolve. "Let's not forget the importance of communication," Aveline reminded them, her voice steady. "We need to share updates about the situation and adapt swiftly as needed." With that, discussions began to spark anew, ideas flowing freely among the villagers as they collaborated on their preparations. Aveline felt a deep appreciation for the unity forming around her. They were becoming more than a group. They were a family bound by trust and commitment to one another. As the sun began to lower in the sky, casting a warm glow over the square, Aveline felt a sense of clarity wash over her. The journey ahead would not be easy, but with her community joining forces, she was confident they could take on whatever challenges lay ahead, with resilience and courage. Together, they would rise against the darkness. They would rise against the darkness, ready to embrace a brighter future. They were actively preparing for brighter future. A brighter future. They were becoming more than a group. They were a family bound by trust and as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden light over the village, Aveline felt a mix of hope and determination welling within her. The preparations for the upcoming gathering were in full swing. Villagers working together to reinforce their defenses and share their stories. "Let's take a moment to assess our progress," Aveline called, gathering her team near the central fountain. She could see their expressions showing a blend of exhaustion and renewed resolve. Rowan stepped forward, a triumphant smile on his face. "We managed to replenish supplies and gather enough potions for healing. We're in good shape for whatever comes next." Kale joined them, wiping the sweat off his brow. "The barriers are stronger than before, and the villagers are ready to fight. I think we've solidified our defenses well." Aveline nodded, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. "That's excellent news. We've turned our worries into actions, and that's what will keep us safe." But as she surveyed the gathering crowd, Aveline sensed an undercurrent of anxiety. A few villagers lingered on the outskirts, their expressions betraying their fears. "Let's not forget the importance of communication in this next phase," she reminded everyone, noticing the weight of her words settle among them. "We need to stay connected and adapt as new challenges arise." Just then, Mira approached, excitement sparking in her eyes. "I've organized the kids for healing training. They're eager to get involved," she said, her enthusiasm infectious. "That's wonderful, Mira," Aveline replied, her heart swelling with pride. "The more we involve everyone, the stronger we become as a community." As they continued to strategize, Aveline felt a sense of belonging enveloping her. The bonds forged in battle and the trust cultivated over recent weeks propelled them forward into action. "Let's ensure we embrace every effort that comes our way," Aveline encouraged, her spirit lifting as ideas circulated and plans took shape. "We're building something powerful together." The villagers nodded, ready to lend their strengths to the gathering and the preparations for the challenges that lay ahead. Aveline felt invigorated by their commitment, knowing they were on the cusp of reclaiming their narrative against the threats surrounding them. With each decision made and every voice raised, Aveline sensed a growing tide of resilience. They were ready to face whatever darkness awaited them, fortified by the love and determination within their community. As night approached, she felt ready to lead them into the future, confident that together they could embrace the journey ahead. Chapter 33. New Opportunities. Aveline stood at the edge of the village, the morning sun casting a warm glow over the familiar surroundings. The aftermath of battles fought and the strength forged through adversity lingered in her heart. Today marked a new chapter, one filled with possibility and the promise of a brighter future. As the villagers began their daily tasks, Aveline felt a sense of pride wash over her. The community was reclaiming its essence, bustling with activity and laughter. A testament to their resilience. Families were gathering, and children played freely, their innocence a powerful reminder of what they were fighting to protect. "Let's get started," Aveline called, her voice carrying across the square as she gathered her friends and allies around her. "We have much to accomplish today, and I want to ensure we're all aware of how far we've come." The villagers formed a circle, their faces reflecting both the strength of their spirit and the weariness of their collective journey. Aveline took a moment to gauge their energy, recognizing the trust that now flourished among them. "We've faced incredible challenges together, and we'll continue to stand strong against any threats," she said, her voice resonating with conviction. "Let's share our goals for today and ensure we're working together to protect our home." Rowan stepped forward, his enthusiasm infectious. "I'll work on gathering more resources for our healing potions. The more prepared we are, the better," he declared, a spark of determination in his eyes. Cale nodded, stepping up to the front. "I'll lead a group to reinforce our defenses and scout for any potential dangers in the area," he offered, showcasing the confidence born from their experiences. Aveline felt her heart swell with pride as she witnessed the villagers embrace their roles. They were not just recovering from battles, they were rebuilding their community, united by shared purpose and a commitment to one another. "Let's make sure that every voice is heard today," Aveline said, encouraging inclusivity. "We need to fortify our bonds and keep our plans flexible. This is how we build trust." As they engaged in discussions, Aveline could see the team spirit igniting once more. Ideas flowed, creating a vibrant atmosphere teeming with hope and determination. Each contribution reminded her of the strength they possessed when united, and how far they had come since their early days of doubt. With the sun rising higher in the sky, bathing the village in warm light, Aveline felt a renewed sense of purpose fill her heart. They were ready to embrace whatever challenges awaited, fortified by the spirit of collaboration and the bonds of friendship. Together, they would carve a path forward, ready to face the future with courage and resilience. Aveline stepped out of her home, the warmth of the sun caressing her skin as she took in the familiar sights of the village. The air felt fresh, imbued with a sense of renewal that reflected her heart. This was the dawn of a new day, one filled with promise and potential. She noticed villagers bustling about, laughter intermingling with the sounds of daily chores. Children were playing in the streets, their joy infectious. Aveline felt her spirit lift, reminded of the resilience they had demonstrated together, a beacon of hope shining through the trials they had faced. "Hey, Aveline!" Mira called out, her voice bright as she approached with a group of young mages eager to practice their skills. "We're heading to the training ground. Want to join us?" "Absolutely. I'd love to see how you all are progressing," Aveline replied, feeling a surge of pride at their enthusiasm. She followed them, excitement bubbling within her as they made their way to the training area. As they arrived, Aveline was met with a flurry of activity. The young mages were setting up practice targets, ready to hone their skills in a safe environment. She felt a sense of purpose as she watched them eagerly exchange ideas and tips, a testament to the growth they had achieved. "Let's start with team exercises," Aveline suggested, feeling the familiar thrill of leadership spark within her. "We'll work on combining our spells for maximum effect." The group nodded, excitement palpable in the air. They divided into pairs, ready to practice the techniques they had been working on. The bonds of friendship woven into their efforts as they began to cast spells together. Aveline moved among them, offering guidance and encouragement as they practiced their magic. The feeling of unity surged around her, each spark of magic intermingling with laughter and joy, creating a tapestry of resilience. "Remember to communicate clearly as you cast your spells," she called out, feeling invigorated by their collaborative spirit. "We need to trust one another, especially when working with powerful magic." As she observed their interactions, Aveline recognized how significantly they had transformed. Each young mage embraced their potential, inspired by the community they had built. She could see the flicker of confidence burning brightly in their eyes, an echo of the strength they had cultivated together. Just then, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves overhead, a serene reminder that the world was alive with possibilities. Aveline looked up at the sky, where the sun shone brightly, illuminating the path ahead. This was not just a day for practice. It was a celebration of their progress, of the bonds forged through hardship. Aveline felt a deep sense of gratitude fill her heart. They were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead with unwavering courage, standing united against any threat that dared to approach. Together, they would rise to meet their future, more capable than ever before. As Aveline engaged with her fellow villagers, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. They had gathered to share their experiences and reflect on the journey that had brought them to this point. A healing session filled with both somber memories and moments of laughter. "Let's create a safe space where everyone can express how they're feeling," Aveline suggested, her voice encouraging as she looked around at the faces of her friends and neighbors. "We all need a chance to share our thoughts and support one another." Mira, now confidently leading a group of young mages, nodded enthusiastically. "I can start by sharing what I learned during our last battle," she offered, her courage blossoming as she prepared to speak in front of the gathering. The villagers settled in, creating a circle that reflected their commitment to one another. Aveline felt a sense of warmth enveloping her as they opened up, exchanging their fears and hopes, recalling both the challenges faced and the victories won together. Rowan joined Mira, sharing his own experiences from the battle and how they had learned to adapt and overcome their trials. The honest exchange sparked a wave of connections among the villagers, each person finding common ground through shared struggles. Aveline watched as the dynamic shifted. The earlier apprehensions began to dissolve, replaced by the healing power of vulnerability and open communication. This was a pivotal moment, a turning point where they could reclaim their narrative and forge stronger connections moving forward. "Let's celebrate our resilience," Aveline called out, her voice filled with conviction. "We've been through so much together, and it's important that we recognize how far we've come. Every experience has shaped us into a stronger community." The villagers responded with a chorus of agreement, their voices rising together in a moment of unity. Aveline felt a swell of pride, recognizing that every shared story was a testament to their collective strength and commitment to one another. As they continued to engage in heartfelt conversations, laughter began to resound through the circle. It was a melody of hope, a reminder that despite the darkness they'd had faced, life persisted. Aveline felt the clarity of purpose strengthen within her. They were not just mending wounds, they were forging a community where every voice mattered. The bonds created through their struggles would carry them into a brighter future, and Aveline was determined to nurture that growth. With each person contributing to the conversation, Aveline sensed the promise of new beginnings. They were ready to embrace whatever challenges awaited, fortified by the resilience that had been woven throughout their journey. Together, they would rise to meet the future and continue to shape their destiny as one united front. Aveline stood before her gathered friends and neighbors, the weight of the moment pressing on her shoulders. The sun peeked through the branches above, bathing the village square in a soft, golden light. Today marked a significant turning point, and she felt both the excitement and responsibility of leading her community into a new phase of their journey. "Together we have triumphed over great adversity," she began, her voice steady as she surveyed the crowd. "But we must also recognize the work that lies ahead. This is not just an end, it is a new beginning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering. Aveline could see the determination reflected in their eyes, the spirit of resilience woven into the fabric of their community. "We've lost much, but gained so much more. Let's build on the strength we've cultivated through our trials," Aveline urged, her words resonating with the promise of a shared future. "We will use what we've learned to protect our home and each other." A familiar figure stepped forward, Kale, eyes bright with renewed conviction. "We should start by organizing training sessions for both magic and defense, ensuring that everyone, young and old, feels prepared for whatever may come. "That's a great idea," Aveline replied, feeling the excitement building again. "The more knowledge we share, the stronger we will become. We need to ensure no one is left behind." Aveline felt invigorated as the chatter resumed, ideas flowing freely among the villagers. Mira chimed in with enthusiasm, her voice lifting above the rest. "I can organize the younger mages for healing spells, teaching them how to support those who need it." "Perfect, Mira," Aveline encouraged, proud of her growth. "Every skill matters, and your leadership will empower them." As discussions grew, Aveline felt a sense of clarity settle over her. They weren't just reinforcing their defenses or preparing for the Frost King. They were cultivating a sense of connection that would enable them to face any challenge together. "Let's also create a regular schedule for community gatherings," she proposed, her heart swelling at the thought. "We'll ensure that everyone's voices are heard, fostering trust and collaboration among us." The villagers nodded, the atmosphere charged with hope. Aveline felt a rush of gratitude wash over her, recognizing how far they had come. They were not merely recovering, they were transforming, building a brighter future together. As the moments passed, Aveline realized that this was more than just a gathering. It was a celebration of everything they had achieved. With each shared story and every idea exchanged, they were knitting the fabric of their community closer together. Today marked the beginning of their next chapter, and Aveline felt ready to embrace the journey ahead. Together, they would forge a path toward resilience and strength, leaving behind the shadows of doubt as they stepped into the light. As Aveline looked out over the assembled villagers, a sense of hope filled her heart. They had come together in a way that was profound, each face illuminated with a spirit forged through shared struggles and victories. The sun bathed the square in warm light, signaling a fresh start for their community. "We stand on the brink of a new chapter," Aveline said, her voice ringing strong as she addressed the crowd. "Today, we reaffirm not only our commitment to protect our home, but to support one another in every endeavor." The gathering nodded, expressions of determination reflecting back at her. Aveline could see the flicker of enthusiasm sparking among them, ready to embrace their roles in shaping the future. "Our previous battles have only made us stronger," she continued, feeling the energy swell in the air. "Let's use the lessons we've learned to prepare for whatever challenges we may face ahead." Kale stepped forward, his eyes shining with excitement. "If we can organize regular training sessions and continue to share our skills, we'll be ready for anything the Frost King might throw at us," he declared. "That's exactly right," Aveline encouraged, feeling gratitude for the bond that had formed among them. "Let's make sure every voice is heard and every individual knows their value. Together, we can empower each other in every aspect." Mira chimed in with renewed confidence. "I'm excited to help organize healing sessions for all ages. We can teach them how to care for each other, ensuring no one is left behind." Aveline felt her heart swell with pride for Mira's growth. "That's a wonderful initiative. Your enthusiasm will inspire others." As discussions ensued and plans began to take shape, Aveline felt a warmth envelop her. They were not just mending from past wounds, they were knitting together a new narrative filled with hope. Amid laughter and shared stories, Aveline recognized this transformative moment as pivotal for their community. They were building on their experiences, creating a tapestry of resilience and trust that would strengthen them in the face of any uncertainty. "Let's continue to support each other, ensuring we rise together," Aveline concluded, heart ignited with purpose. The villagers rallied in agreement, ready to take on the challenges ahead with unwavering courage. In that moment, Aveline stood steadfast, knowing they could embrace whatever adventures awaited, fortified by their shared journey and the bonds that united them. Together, they would carve a path toward a brighter future, resilient against the storms that lay ahead. Aveline stood at the center of the village square, filled with the spirit of renewed optimism as the sun bathed everything in golden light. The sounds of laughter and chatter surrounded her, the villagers engaging in their daily routines with a confidence she hadn't seen in some time. Today was a day of new beginnings, and Aveline felt the weight of what they had achieved together settle into a warm glow in her heart. They had faced the Frost King, and against all odds, they had emerged not just victorious, but transformed. As she moved among her friends and neighbors, she caught snippets of their conversations, tales of heroism and bravery bubbling up from the depths of their shared experience. A sense of unity resonated through their exchanges, a powerful reminder that they were bound together by more than just location. They were a community. "Hey, Aveline!" Mira called out, bursting with excitement as she approached, a group of younger mages trailing behind her. "We've been practicing, and they want to show you what we've learned." Aveline beamed at their enthusiasm. "I'd love to see it. Your growth means so much to the village." The group gathered in the clearing, eager to demonstrate their newfound skills. As they began showcasing their spells, elements of fire and ice dancing harmoniously, Aveline felt her heart swell with pride. They have all come so far, and each spell struck true, reflecting their hard work and determination. "Now show me how you can combine your powers," Aveline encouraged, inspired by their confidence. As the young mages experimented, creating bursts of light and swirling elements, Aveline felt a sense of wonder rise within her. They were not just practicing magic, they were embracing their identities as mages and as partners in this community. But just as the excitement swelled, a shadow passed over the square. Kale, returning from a quick scouting mission. He approached with urgency, his brow furrowed. "Aveline, we need to talk. I saw some movement at the edge of the forest, and it looked suspicious." The laughter faded as the group turned their attention to him, tension creeping back in. Aveline felt a swift heartbeat in her chest. "Did you recognize any symbols?" she asked, her tone shifting to focus. "I couldn't get a clear view, but it was definitely Frost King's colors," Kale replied, concern thick in his voice. Aveline took a deep breath, considering their next move. "We need to prepare immediately. Let's rally everyone to fortify our defenses and gather our resources," she commanded, her leadership instincts kicking in. With renewed seriousness, the energy in the square shifted once again. The villagers quickly rallied behind Aveline's instructions, the earlier joy transforming into focused determination. "We have faced threats before, and we will face them again," Aveline said, raising her voice to instill confidence. "Let's show them that we are united and not afraid." As the villagers sprang into action, Aveline felt her heart swell with gratitude for their resilience and willingness to unite. This was their moment to reclaim their strength together, ready to confront any darkness that dared to approach their community. In the face of uncertainty and potential danger, Aveline understood that it was their unity that would guide them through. Together, they would rise to meet whatever challenges awaited, fortified by the bonds they had forged in the trials of their journey. Oh, 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 Or